Hello,
doing? How you
chats.
doing? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh
It's
my
Seal.
goodness! It's a box on my dragon
It's a dragon.
head.
On my stream. They're in the warehouse, but also not in the warehouse at the same time.
The box has been transported onto Soleil's head. What is
and
this witchcraft?
And Seal has been transported to wherever my chat room is.
Where am I? Get me out of here!
Oh, come on. It's not that bad.
I don't know. I don't know about
Comes
this
with a
place.
401k, free dental. It's all fine. It's fine.
Free dental, you say?
Yeah. Free
Okay,
dental.
no, this place is awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone!
Welcome in.
Yes, this is the small Soleil that you've heard so much about. Oh, thank you for the head pats! Let me head pats. Yippee! Soleil's head pats were a little bit covered up by Azel's box, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm too powerful. That's all I can.
You stole the head pats!
I didn't mean to commit daylight robbery. Oh, I haven't had Chipotle in so long.
I have never had Chipotle. They don't have one here.
Okay, I was about to say, pause. You haven't had it? No, but if you physically do not have one, you're fine.
I mean, I've been in towns where there is a Chipotle, but I've never been.
Okay. That makes much more sense.
I've always wanted to go, but it just, the stars did not align for that. I don't have Chipotle in Texas.
Chipotle in Texas.
Nah, down here they just got fried butter on a stick.
Hey, don't discount fried butter, alright? That's pretty good.
Ew!
Look, when we're out here in the frontier riding on them rocks, you gotta take what you can get, alright? It's either fried beans, uncooked bacon, or fried butter. Heaven forbid you have to eat sand, alright? Just saying.
You know, sometimes when times get real desperate, we just gotta start eating the cacti, you know? Prickly pear. Yummy.
Actually, cacti actually has some nutrition. I was thinking about the time we had filter feed, you know?
Every Sunday we go down to the river. And I don't remember what the bit was because it's been too long. You know, just normal Texas things.
Normal southern things, you know, Texas and all that jazz.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but we had to fist fight the local tumbleweeds for our food.
Yeah, them tumbleweeds, they're real tough opponents.
All prickly. Worse than the cacti. You can't eat
Very
tumbleweeds.
worse than the cacti, yeah. The cacti at least don't move. The tumbleweeds, though.
Yeah, well, still doesn't save you from running into a cacti every now and then.
Well, if you run into a cacti, that's your problem.
That is 100% a personal issue that needs to be remedied immediately, but
that's a skill issue.
That's what the new modern youngins say is a skill issue.
Yeah, that's what they mean when they say you got negative aura.
Yes, sirree. What are we supposed to be doing?
Did we mention this is a Pokemon hot take stream?
Yeah, this is a Pokemon hot take stream.
Yeah, believe it or not.
For those who do not know who we are, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Hi, I'm CL. I'm a Earth Dragon living in the sky. I like Pokemon and I like Sonic, unfortunately for everyone. And, I'm a VTuber.
I love how your love for Sonic and Pokemon come first over the VTuber, and I respect it.
Yeah, you know. It is how it is.
Yeah, so, following after my co-host's big introduction, also, said co-host is a big Shadow fan, don't forget.
Yes, I am.
Hi. Hi, for those who do not know me. I'm Azel. I'm a multi-dimensional interplanar box PNG tour. And yeah, I stream a variety of games, and I'll save that bit for when and if we get raided. I don't want to keep this too long.
Don't even get me started on Sonato chat. Don't even get me started.
Sonat, okay. We got time, I have to ask.
Okay, Sonato is my favorite ship in the Sonic franchise. Between
Who's
Sonic and Shadow.
That's the ship name?
Yeah, Sonato! You didn't know that?
That is a whack ship name, and honestly, very, very basic. Back in my day, ships had fancy names, not mixing two names together like some weird fusion.
Well, the other alternative for the ship name is Shadonic, but I think Sonato rolls better off the tongue. Sonato sounds like a Pokemon name.
It does.
God, can you imagine a Sonato Pokemon?
It's just dark.
It's just this horrible amalgamation between Shadow and Sonic.
It's just a dark normal that's really fast and has nothing else.
And it looks like Shaman for some reason.
It's a slightly spikier shape.
Yeah.
I can't come to work, Nasty. You can't come to work, boss. I've come down with a nasty case of Sonato.
Happens to the best of us. You take all the time you need.
Sonato is so contagious once you're in. It's so rough once you get it. It's terrible.
I've been suffering from Sonato for well over half a year now. I don't think I'll ever escape. I diagnose you with Updog.
Sorry, there's no Updog here, only Sonato.
There's only Sonato. This is just like Hava.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, chat, you know about Hava? You know about Hava, chat?
I think they know Hava.
Have a nice day! Got him!
Well, I just hope chat knows the rules. Cause so do I.
Yeah, I hope they... I hope they never give us up.
And I hope we never let chat down.
Never gonna turn around or desert them.
We might tell a few lies, but we're never gonna say goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're never gonna hurt you.
Okay.
We should probably get into the presentation.
We should probably get into the actual thing.
Yeah. We're
Hold
like
on.
talking about everything except the actual hot takes.
No, that's fine. It's called content.
That's true. We're such expert professional content creators.
We're so good at this. Hi. So, for those who do not know, or for those who do know, we're still gonna tell you. We reached out to our respective communities and asked them for their Pokemon hot takes because while we have our own hot takes, it'd be much more entertaining if we asked all of you.
And so that we can judge you harshly.
Yes.
Because as we all know, me and Azel, we are the definitive judges of what is correct in the Pokemon fandom.
Yes. In the words of what I say on my podcast, we are right for all the wrong reasons, and you can't tell us otherwise.
Exactly. We are right and you are wrong.
And there's nothing you can do about it, but simply watch and listen.
What are you gonna do? Tell us we're wrong?
Sorry, Chips, you're not part of this club. Therefore, you are wrong, respectfully.
Yeah, you are by default wrong about any Pokemon take you could possibly have. Even if it's correct. I should probably turn my light on.
Do that.
I just realized I've been sitting in darkness.
You're just living in the shadows.
Yeah.
You're living in...
I am become Shadow the Hedgehog.
I can't wait for you to play Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh my
I am
goodness.
so excited for that day.
Okay, we'll talk about Shadow later.
Yeah.
We-
This is
we
not
got-
a
we got-
Sonic stream, believe it or not. This is a Pokemon stream.
Spoilers, this is not a Sonic stream. This is a this is a Pokemon stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how this works. We have this set up in a very simple way. We're starting with the community source ones.
Yes. Yeah, co-host Finn the dog in my living room. Yeah. National celebrity. Yeah, Finn stream when? I gotta get him on. He does yap a lot. Yeah, who's this CL chick? I don't know her. She doesn't go here. He was. He's. Wait. Oh no. Uh-oh. Let me,
I can insult chat
let me
without them
switch
hearing
back.
me
No,
from their
I
end.
switched back to just chatting so they can hear you now. I think I may
No.
have forgotten to put the Discord thing, the Discord source in the browser scene.
Okay, I'll
Now
wait.
you should be able to hear him.
Okay, do you have the slideshow up at least?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, now you can.
Okay.
Cool.
Crisis averted.
Yeah.
Let's pretend that it.
Good thing we figured that out, like, before we started.
Yeah.
Because that would have been
Yeah.
really awkward.
Good thing we had chat calling this out for us. Thank you,
mhm.
chat.
Thank you, chat, for calling out our scuff.
Please.
Well, my scuff
know-
specifically.
But please, like, if there's any scuff, let us know, because we're too busy juggling 15 plates over here.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to have your stream upside down to see what your slide you're on.
I'm just on the title slide.
I'm on the viewer submitted
Okay.
slide.
I can switch to the viewer submitted slide now. Oops.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so I'll just count down 3, 2, 1, and we go. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
All right. For a second, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Do you want to read this, or do you want me to read this?
I'll read it. Sure.
Okay.
All right. Got a real spicy one here. Charizard line is not only the worst of the original 3 starters, but is one of the worst starters in the franchise.
You think this is spicy?
I mean, well, now that I say it, no, that's actually a very cold take.
This is like, in terms of just the 3 Kanto starters. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's the worst.
Oh, definitely. Here's the thing. And
Go ahead,
sorry,
go
go ahead.
No, go off.
Okay,
Go on.
okay. Here's the thing, because I've talked about this a little bit on stream before. I think the Charizard line is like actually a fine line. It's just that it's so overrated because they keep putting it in every game where it just does not belong. And I do think that if Charizard was not so oversaturated in the Pokemon franchise, it would not be as hated.
For me, like, I've kind of tuned out the overexposure of Charizard. And that's like, yes, Charizard is like clearly Nintendo's favorite Gen 1 starter, let's be real.
Yeah, definitely.
It's there. But also, like, I can't deny that Charizard in the anime is like actually pretty iconic.
Yeah, he is. He's
Yeah.
a banger. He's banger.
Yeah, but in terms of like actual like game viability, and I'm gonna get nerdy here, this is a cold take in terms of that. Because if
Yeah,
you think about it, who is your first gym in Kanto? What type is he?
that is true. That is very true. I was actually thinking about that the other day, is like, you have two very good options for the first couple gyms, and then you have Charmander.
Charmander. It's rough because it's not like the first gym. You also have the second gym to deal with too.
Yeah.
And you don't got a lot of answers for the. Like, actually, what grasses do it? What like one non-starter grass types do you have available in those early games?
I don't know if there are any available by, like, the
Oddish?
Oddish?
Maybe Oddish?
I feel like Oddish is way later, though.
Really?
I don't know. It's been a minute since I've played Kanto. You can get Oddish by Gym 2? Okay.
By Gym 2? Okay, hold on. There should be a... Hold on, let's see here. I'm trying to see... Is there like a Nuzlocke counter?
Yeah, because, like, even if you do get Oddish by Gym 2, if you're playing Charizard, you're still struggling pretty hard on that first gym.
Yeah, let's see here. I'm gonna just go vanilla. I'll do Fire Raid, just to see what Travers. Routes.
Trade for a Machop before Gym 1? I don't think so.
I don't remember.
I know in Gen 2 you can trade for a Onyx before Gym 1. So that because the first gym there is flying. But I don't think there is a trade before Gym 1 in a Kanto.
That's really early for a trade.
Yeah.
Most trades are like midway or late game in my experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you are thinking of the Rocky trade before Faulkner.
Yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, so you have Pidgey or Tad in Route 1. You can't fish yet. So Viridian City is like a... Okay, so you can get a Mankey, Route 22, okay.
Okay, I guess you could get a Mankey.
You get Caterpie and Weedle. Okay, so there are 2 trades, but they're after you beat Surge.
Yeah, I figured it would be pretty later into the game.
Actually, Viridian Forest has a Pikachu.
Oh, that's true.
Caveat,
Pikachu is not
5%.
Pikachu is not gonna be very good against Brock.
No, but yeah, but good luck. It's a 5% encounter rate compared to the rest of the table. Pikachu would
be good for Misty,
but it's you're rolling at a 5%. That's rough.
And if you're doing a Nuzlocke, then like good luck.
At best,
you are not choosing Charmander in a Nuzlocke.
You wait, unless like Chad decides.
If Chad decides that I'm choosing a Charmander for a Nuzlocke, I'd rather just sabotage the Nuzlocke then and there.
Nah. If you're a real Nuzlocke gamer, you push through that.
Oh man.
You push through that. Yeah, Bulbasaur is the commonly chosen one, so. Yeah, there's no grass types up to Misty.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're really just like living on a dream if you choose Charmander for those first couple gyms.
You're holding on that 5%. Unless does Paris have any good? I know you get Paris. You get Paris and Parasect.
Oh, that's true. Because in Mountain Moon.
Yeah.
It's almost like Kanto's a badly made region. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that
one. There's something like that, but in terms, okay, so we this is a cool take in terms of saying Charizard is the worst of the original 3 starters in Kanto, but in the franchise, I'm not sure.
I can personally think of some far worse starters in the franchise.
Okay,
but that might
I think
also
I know
be
one of
very
them.
biased because I have a lot of opinions.
No. Okay, I think I know one of them at least, though.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's this one, because I like this Pokemon. Bayleaf.
I love Bayleaf.
I like Bayleaf. Absolutely terrible Pokemon.
Yeah, that's fair. I really like the Chikorita line, but it is not very good.
No, Meganium is absolute butts, and nothing can save it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so it's cold in the sense of... Honestly, this take's actually pretty cold, what do I say?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's a very cold take, but when you kind of focus in on one of the worst starters in the franchise, I think that's where it gets a little warmer.
It's warm, but like it's
like
gonna be hard to.
lukewarm.
It's lukewarm because like I can easily point at Chikorita and say no, that's worse.
Yeah, or like Emboar. I cannot stand Emboar.
Really? Okay, yeah, I'm
He's
interested.
so awful. I hate him.
Just slow? Like I'm gonna need more deets here.
I just don't like him. He's just ugly.
Okay, it's a fashion.
It's very much an aesthetic thing with me. I'm not like a stats like competitive girly or anything.
No. Okay. No.
I just judge purely based on if I vibe with them or not, and I do not vibe with Emboar.
So it is a vibes thing.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
If you do not pass the vibe check, you're out.
No, I respect that. I personally don't like Emboar because Emboar just looks ugly.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably one of my least favorite starter designs. Tepig was so cute, and then they just made him bad.
No, Tepig Stage 1, great. Tepig Stage 2, also great. Emboar,
yeah, it sucks. Emboar being slow and lacking the coverage the Chimchar line makes it kind of meh.
I think that's just a case of being a firefighting when we had already 2 stellar firefightings.
Yeah, it's the firefighting curse.
Made like doubly worse, like in Gen Pokemon X and Y, because you got a free speed boost Torchic, and that's dangerous.
Ooh.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Mega Blaziken with speed boost. Oh no.
Scary. I was shaking in my boots at the thought of it.
What's scarier than a chicken? One can outspeed your entire team.
Yeah.
Anything else to comment on this one, or?
Not that. Actually, I think if this take was said earlier on, like 10, 15 years ago, it would be a much hotter take. But in current day, it's lukewarm at best. Room temperature.
Yeah. I think it's because we just more knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
More knowledge is circulating and people realize, oh yeah, Firefly is kinda rough.
And also just the passage of time and Game Freak continuing to put Charizard in the games and just have such a big focus on it. You'd be crucified for it 10 years ago.
Yes, you would be. 100%, 10 million % you would be crucified back then.
Absolutely.
But nowadays, this is kind of like, everyone.
This is just like the common opinion of Charizard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the next one's pretty funny. The next hot take's pretty funny.
Are you ready?
You ready, Chet?
You ready to see this, Chet?
Alright, I'm pivoting. 3, 2, 1, switch.
Right.
Pokemon should embrace people complaining about how overloved Charizard is and turn it into a comedy bit, making a new Charizard form every generation that gets goofier and goofier. Now this is a hot take I can stand by.
This is a pretty banger take, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, this is pretty spicy.
It's just a complete 180 from the last
Clownazard.
Clownazard.
Screw Pikachu clones. We need silly Charizard.
Yeah,
clones.
we need Charizard clones. Get on this, Nintendo. Get on this, Game Freak.
Okay, but quick aside about Pikachu clones. Mm-hmm. Some of them are really good. As we go on, the Pikachu clones we've been getting have been really good.
I feel less and less loving towards the Pikachu clones as more get made. I love Mimikyu, but like Morpeko, the Palmy whatever line, and Togedemaru are just kind of like meh to me.
You don't. I love Togedemaru.
Okay, Togedemaru is cute, but like I
it's
don't know.
so round.
It is round. I'm just a big fan of like. I'm a big fan of Plusle and Minun. I just love the little cheerleader guys. And Dedenne. Dedenne's very cute.
I played like I don't know how I feel about Plusle and Minun. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, that's fair.
I'm kind of lukewarm about them.
That's fair. I think from
like,
a gameplay stance, they're very rough, but just the general vibes overall, I love them.
Even general vibes, I'm just like, okay, I get it. Like, they were introduced in the generation where double battles are a thing, and like they're positive and negative polarity, but come on.
I mean, I feel like that's even more justification for their existence.
Oh no, like I understand like every single reason why they're there. I just do not like them.
No, that's
I'm
fair.
very milquetoast about them. For the Palmy line though?
I hate the Palmy line, I'm sorry. I just cannot
design-wise, right?
Yes, design-wise.
Yeah.
They do not change at all between evolutions.
They don't, but it's really funny.
You could show me a random stage of it, and I could not tell you what stage it was.
I am like 100% in the same boat with the Palmy line in terms of design, but it's also funny that they just decided to give this one a revival blessing.
Revival blessing.
Oh, hold on, I just have a pocket revive.
Yeah, let me just revive real quick.
Let me just revive my sweeper real quick, you know?
Yeah.
It's so evil. But I will say, like, apart from designs, I'm happy that the Pikachu clones are moving from monotype electric.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's kind of why I'm a big fan of Emolga, because she has that flying secondary typing.
Emolga is actually peak design.
Emolga is so amazing. I love her. I love Iris's Emolga. She was very funny in the anime. I loved my Emolga that I had in the white one.
Those are the days. But Emolga was
like 2 months ago.
Shakes Cade. But Emolga, man. Emolga is actually peak design. Mimikyu was peak design in terms of aesthetics too.
Yes.
Was Mimikyu Electric Ghost?
Mimikyu not plain... electric at all. It's dark. No, wait, Ghost Fairy? I can't remember.
No,
actually.
No, Mimikyu can't be Fairy. Mimikyu can be Fairy. That sounds illegal.
Ghost Fairy.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it really Ghost?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it is.
I couldn't remember if it was Ghost or Dark, but it's Ghost.
Okay, Ghost Fairy. Yeah, okay.
I love Mimikyu. Mimikyu is such a banger take on the Pikachu clone.
Yes. Okay, yeah. If it's Ghost and Fairy, yeah, it would like absolutely annihilate Ultra Necrozma if it could survive after being hit. Yeah, that free substitute goes hard, but it's only one substitute.
Yeah, Charizard comedy bit. I can just imagine it now.
I don't know, like... No, I'm imagining it right now. I feel like that's what, like, the Apton line is, you know, to me? It's not a direct, like... It's not, like, a direct Cloudazar take. But... I look at Apton's like... It's just Charizard. This looks like a really funny Charizard to me.
That's fair. I like the idea of just every new battle gimmick in each new generation, the Charizard form of whatever gimmick it is just gets stupider and stupider.
Stupider, yeah.
Or I can just like imagine like an episode of the anime where there's like a side character and they're like, I'm gonna defeat you with my super cool Pokemon, and they send out a Charizard and the main character is just like, why do you have a Charizard? Get rid of that thing right now! But then you gotta
I'm just
think, how would this be received by people?
If people like to mimic you, they have to execute in the right way.
Yeah.
They have to execute in the right way. That's the only way I can see this. It has to be done with taste and tact.
Mm-hmm. Cause just being self-aware is not enough. Cause I mean, I don't know. You see like brands on Twitter or whatever, just like being really self-aware and stupid, and it's just like, we don't care. Didn't ask. You were a company on Twitter.
Elbozo, you know.
Mm-hmm. Elbozo. Mimikyu, but it's trying to be a Charizard. Now
A
that would
Charizard.
go crazy.
That would go really hard. Like, it needs the Mimikyu treatment.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be like
Mimikyu if it had like regional forms and it was trying to like imitate other super popular Pokemon would go crazy.
Yeah, it would. Oh, hi bot. Goodbye bot.
Oh.
We point to laugh at the bots every time it appears in chat. Sorry.
We do love to make fun of bots.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think of how they make a Charizard Mimikyu. I don't want it to be as small as Mimikyu though. That's the thing. It has to be at least like slightly smaller than a Charizard, but nothing too big.
Yeah. It'd be very interesting to see how they would go about it. They did. Just make it mostly costumes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, but I don't want it to be like exactly Mimikyu.
Make it a Charizard mecha.
True.
It's gotta
Dragon
be something
adjacent.
dragon adjacent.
Could be some weird like no, we already have a fire ghost. Nah, multiple Mimikyus is more of a like a Dynamax Mimikyu kind of thing for me.
Three Mimikyus in a trench coat would be an amazing Gigantamax.
Yeah, it would be. No, it'd be really funny if just the Pikachu head grew really big and the Mimikyu stayed
that would be the best Gigantamax right there.
Yeah, I don't know how they may go about making a goofy Charizard. The only way I can think about it is like if they made like some Pokemon that was like cave drawing, like animated cave drawings, like Sigilif or something. No, not Sigilif. What's the pre-evolution of Cofagrigus again?
Yamask?
Yeah, like that. Except instead of being like an Astro Charizard, it's just like a 2D poorly drawn picture on like some ancient ruins Charizard.
Like I'm imagining. I'm not a SpongeBob girly, so I might misremember parts of this. But like, there's this episode where like he like draws like Doodlebob or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like evil or whatever. That'd be funny.
Poorly drawn Charizard.
Poorly drawn Charizard. Doodlezard. That would be its name.
Doodlezard.
I'd main Doodlezard just to make people angry. It's not
Next,
Charizard.
you know, it's actually
it's poorly drawn Charizard. That's
next,
the
you know, and then next, you know, poorly drawn Charizard is actually better than normal Charizard.
And it just becomes a fan favorite. Even better if it's like super meta and competitive.
Not even super better, just good, period. Fire Fairy? No. We don't want it to be a fire type. Doodlezard should be like...
Normal dragon!
We already have a normal dragon.
Stealing the dragon type that Charizard never got.
I think it should be... I'm trying to think. It could be something really oh, wait. What happens if it's like a Pokemon that has like frozen like dinosaur bones and then it's an ice dragon?
That'd be sick, though.
Exact opposite of Charizard in typing.
Almost every type that can be done has been done. That's true.
Yeah. Normal dragon would be funny though.
Normal dragon would be insanely funny.
Just trying to think. No, I think it'd be funnier if it like directly countered Charizard though type wise. So
that would be cool.
Thunder, electric rock, I guess.
Electric rock.
Electric ground, electric
Water
rock.
dragon. Water dragon would be kind of fun.
Water dragon. Rock dragon would be pretty nice too.
Oh yeah.
Rock or ground dragon, yeah. Sure, we have Garchomp for ground
Yeah,
dragon.
I was gonna say like Garchomp.
Garchomp's a million minus bad, but we're sticking to Charizard. Now I'm thinking, what other Pokemon should have like clones of themselves?
I was gonna say Eevee, but
Nah,
probably not.
evolutions. They already have evolutions. I
Yeah,
think
it already
evolutions
has
do that.
evolutions.
Egg.
Egg.
Lock it in.
I'm trying to think. Oh, Lucario. Just like a really, like just the pure opposite of Lucario, where it's just like a human man.
At that point, it is just man. You know. I don't know.
Steel
Like,
dragon.
no, we wanted to counter Charizard directly. Steel dragon would be weak to fire.
That's true.
I think. Okay, no, we're looking up the type chart for this. I need to figure this out.
Not even talking about the take itself anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you for the jingling.
Oh yeah,
keys,
Steel and
Gage.
Dragon do, but I want to like be extra mean to Charizard here. Okay, so Rock is 4 times. Firefly is weak to four times weak to Rock, so we need to make it Rock.
It's just a Charizard made out of rocks.
So let's see, Rock. So let's see, Rock Dragon. Rock Dragon. I think Rock Dragon would be fine because it's neutral to grass. I mean, is it neutral to grass?
I think.
Yeah, it's neutral to gas. Yeah, you could use Lycan Rock, but that's not the point. We're trying to make fun of Charizard here.
We're trying to make the new Charizard.
Yeah,
We've gone
Rock
so far
Dragon-
off topic.
No. This is still a topic. I don't know what you're talking about.
Everything is on topic because we say so.
So yeah, I think Rock Dragon would be really funny because it takes 1/4 damage from its quad resistant to fire and not very effective to fighting flag, so it's fine. And I don't think Charizard can learn any ice.
Probably not.
Yeah. So it's fine. Rock Dragon, yeah.
Yeah, that's our pitch, is Rock Dragon Charizard.
What, Rock Dragon, poorly drawn ancient mural of Charizard.
Yeah, Rock Dragon Doodlezard.
It's... Yeah, I know Steel Dragon is really good for typing, but it's not about how good defensively or offensively. It's about setting a message.
We're not crafting the best dragon. We're just crafting...
We're crafting the
Charizard.
best dragon
We're
to
crafting the
bully
best Charizard. Yeah.
It's not about meta viability, it's about sending a message to Charizard.
Yeah. It's about putting Charizard down. As for how hot this take is...
It's funny. It's a
is
really good take
very
on...
funny.
Would I call this spicy? I'd call this... I don't know if this is spicy, but this is tasteful.
Yeah, it's
You know?
tasteful. I don't know if I would call it hot or cold, because on one hand, like, this is not a take that I see every day, but it's also, like, I don't know if it's a super hot take.
It's a spin on a take that... It's a really good spin on the common take of
Yeah.
Charizard overpopular, overhyped, etc. This is tasteful.
Tasteful,
Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Whoever said this, you broke out of our tiering.
Yeah. You somehow managed to make a take that is just on a different plane of existence.
Yeah.
Tasty take, very, very scrumptious.
Somehow you managed to do it.
Against all odds.
Against all odds, you did it. Congratulations.
You ready for the next one, chat?
Yeah. You ready?
Ready?
Okay. We got a confirmation. Let's get it.
Alright.
3, 2, 1, and click. Object Pokemon are better and normal. Ooh.
Wrong, and awful, and bad, and you should feel bad.
This is a spicy take, man.
This is an incorrect take.
Here's the thing. I'm in partial agreement to this statement.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel
it has to be done. No, this has to be done right, though.
Okay.
And we also need to define what is an object. Like, are we just talking like non-organic things?
Yeah, I guess you do have to like define what an object Pokemon is.
Because Hasabi is right. the Aegis line goes really hard.
That is true. That is true.
The Rotom appliances go really hard.
Yeah, because like if you don't, you have to define it, because we have to be like, okay, is Geodude an object Pokemon? Is Golurk an object Pokemon? Like,
Golurk,
what's the criteria here?
I don't count Golurk as an object Pokemon. I don't. Yeah, like that's the hard part. Because technically, Geodude is a rock. So yeah. Onyx is a rock.
Yeah.
It's multiple rocks in the shape of snake.
But it's technically alive. But then again, so are the other object Pokemon. So that's not really a good argument.
So technically speaking, in my opinion, this is a very spicy take. Because there are some bad object Pokemon. Looking at you, Vanillux.
Looking at you, Klefki, who haunts my Be Right Back screen.
I actually don't like Klefki.
I don't mind Klefki, I just think he's a very funny concept of a Pokemon. I guess, it depends, it depends. I'm trying to think of object Pokemon that I really like. And besides, like, Aegis/Line.
Isn't there the Poltergeist or whatever it's called? The teacup one?
Yeah, the teacup one. That's kind of cute. I'm impartial to him.
You don't like the Voltorb at all?
Voltorb I do like, now that I think about it. He didn't register in my brain as an object.
Because technically, how you encounter them now, yeah, they're kind of an object now.
The T1 also has a matcha form. That is true.
Yes. What else? Chandelure counts. Litwick is a
I love
great
Chandelure!
One.
I do love Chandelure.
It's really great. That one's really, really great.
I guess Coffagrigus is technically an object Pokemon.
Spiritomb.
Ooh, Spiritomb too. Spiritomb is pretty banger.
Yeah.
I guess once you start to think about it more, like, you realize there are a lot of object Pokemon. I won't type the name of that one in chat. Yeah, no. Delmise. Delmise is a pretty good one.
Delmise is actually really good conceptually. Trying to think of like other object Pokemon. Okay, like the Klinklang line.
Sandygast, I guess.
Oh, Sandygast is peak though. You can't tell me otherwise.
Sandygast is pretty awesome.
Palisade and Sandygast, you cannot tell me that is peak.
They are pretty awesome.
Yeah, I can understand the normal animal types go really hard. Trubbish, I don't like, honestly, me personally, I don't like the Trubbish line, but I respect the amount of creativity.
I like Trubbish, but I don't like Garbodor.
Like, I see the vision, I respect it. It looks good, but that line ain't for me, Chief.
Yeah, that's fair.
Swamos! Thank you for the raid. How was your...
goodness, and May, hello!
Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid.
We are reviewing Pokemon Hot Takes.
Yes. We are actually. Thankfully, you didn't miss much.
Yeah.
This is our third one, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are fine. Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome in. Oh my god, it's Swamos. Thank you for the follows.
Thank you for the follow, so welcome in to join in the streaming crew. Do you want to do your introduction first, Seal?
Oh, sure. Hi, everybody. I'm CL. I'm an Earth Dragon living in the sky. I like Pokemon, I like Sonic, and I'm a VTuber. That's just my intro now.
Yeah. The co-host is also a big fan of Shadow, but that aside,
yeah.
hi.
I know.
But that aside, hi. I'm Azel, for those who do not know me. I'm a multi-dimensional interplanar delivery box being. I stream a variety of games ranging from MMOs, RPGs, gotchas, to anything that catches my mind. Right now, though, we're doing Pokemon ratings. Hot takes, let's get it.
Yippee! So, yeah.
Why did Oh, wait, no, pause.
Okay.
Are you reading chat right now?
No, I'm not.
Rosie was on a walk when we were trashing Charizard.
Oh! No,
And
Rosie, I'm sorry.
Do you want to defend yourself? Do you want
Would you
to
like
step
to?
up to the podium in defense of the fire flying type?
We did kind of tear your boy to shreds.
We did tear your boy to shreds.
We also created
Unfortunate.
a brand new, better version of your boy.
We created a Jokemon that is 15 times better than yours, than Charizard.
We encountered 3 Mega Blastoise today. Insane.
That's actually true. Oh, I don't care what his typing is. I just think he's cool. Okay, like design-wise, Charizard, I'm fine with. It's just
Yeah,
that.
design-wise, he is very cool, like, objectively.
But they gotta stop shoving Charizard down our throats.
Exactly.
Come on.
There are
This is
so
not
many
hate-
other amazing Pokemon out there that they could highlight.
Yeah.
Like Espeon.
We'll get to that one. I know you're waiting
Oh
for that
my
one.
god, yeah, there is one
Okay,
coming
but-
up.
Okay, let's steer this back.
So, I don't know if I would say object Pokemon are better than normal Pokemon. Like, that feels like a little
Okay, no,
farther.
pause. I raise you with the Ultra Beasts. Zerkudry, Blucephalon, Poipoline.
Are they objects?
Yes. Zerkudry's literally wires.
Oh, that's true.
Poipole is based off of like glue. Like
Ah.
glue guns and stuff. And then
Celesteela.
Kartana's just Celesteela is bamboo. Based on the myth too of the bamboo rocket to the moon thing.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and there's Kartana is based off of origami.
Oh yeah, I did know Kartana's origami.
Yeah, so like some of those Ultra Beasts go really hard as object concepts.
They do. I will give them that. But I don't know if, like, I feel like, I don't know. It's weird for me because I like both object Pokemon and like just animal guy Pokemon. Like, one of my favorites is literally a Psychic Cat, and the other is a Ghost Dragon.
Yeah. Wait, which Ghost Dragon?
Dragapult.
Okay. I was like, hold on, there are 2 of them. I need to make sure.
Wait, there's 2 of them?
No, because technically Giratina isn't a Ghost Dragon,
Oh,
but it
yeah,
gives off the
Giratina.
vibes.
I always forget about Giratina. I do like him though. I love him.
Wow.
But I forget about him a lot.
Okay, is Metagross considered an object Pokemon?
What even is Metagross?
Because technically Metagross is like an evolution of like Beldum becoming a Metang, and then Metang is just
he's a
sticking itself
supercomputer?
twice. Yeah, Metagross, like the Pokédex tells like Metagross having like insane amounts of computing power.
I mean, I guess.
But I think like design-wise, I think it's just a fusion of like literally see, like in layman's super duper simple terms, they just duct tape 2 Metangs together and call it a day.
I
No.
mean, when I look at Metagross, my first thought is not like, oh, this is like a piece of machinery or whatever. My first thought is just, oh, he's like a chunk of steel or something.
It's like 2 Metangs taped together.
Yeah.
No, we can't agree that they're all good.
No.
Mudkip is not an object
Mudkip
Pokemon.
is not an object, he is an animal.
Oh, I just remembered one from Sinnoh.
Hmm.
2, actually. The Bronzong line in Chimecho.
Oh, that's true. Oh man, I love Chimecho. I do love
So
Chimecho.
yeah, so the fact that this take of object Pokemon are better than normal Pokemon, in my opinion, is spicy. But like the actual like opinion, I'm partially agreeing with.
Yeah, I guess now that we've kind of like talked about it more, I realize like, oh yeah, actually I do kind of vibe with object Pokemon. So it's not that I like completely disagree with it, but I don't know if I would say like object Pokemon are all like in general better than normal Pokemon, but
Some of them are pretty bad.
yeah, some of them are very bad, but like some of the normal
Looking at you,
animal guy-
Vanillix.
some of the normal like animal guy Pokemon are also very bad. Like I feel like they occupy their own like areas and can have some pretty banger Pokemon on both sides. Tinkaton is
not an
holding an object. I don't think she herself is an object.
Yeah, Tinkaton is just wants to smack Corviknights, alright?
Yeah. God
Kling
forbid
Klang-
women do anything.
Kling Klang line. Kinda.
I don't care for the Kling Klang line because it
I-
just feels like a Magnemite knockoff.
Yeah, and Magnemite. Bramblegast is an object.
Bramblegast is an object. That's true.
And remember our discussions about
Let 'em
tumbleweeds?
down.
They're scary. They
Them darn
scary.
tumbleweeds. She's the Amy Rose of Pokemon. That's true.
You're not wrong, except there's no hedge. In lore, Tinkaton does not chase after shamans. They go after Corviknights.
Yeah, I
Because-
guess I would say this is a spicy take.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Reveroom's actually really.
Oh yeah, Revavroom.
I will say my favorite Pokemon, like in my opinion, like the good Pokemons are the ones that combine both. Because my favorite Pokemon is Excadrill.
That's fair. I love Excadrill so much.
Because Excadrill is literally a drill mole, and you can't literally get wrong with. You really cannot go wrong with that, in my opinion.
Now, I still do not think Tinkaton is an object Pokemon just because she's holding an object.
That's like saying Farfetch'd or Surfetch'd
Yeah,
is.
like Farfetch'd is holding a leak, but he's not the leak itself.
Yeah, or like how Cubone or Marowak is like.
Mhm.
You don't consider Cubone or Marowak an object Pokemon just because they're holding bones and stuff. No, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, since we're talking about this now, I thought it'd be nice to bring up. For those who do not know, Pokemon has announced an ecology book.
Yeah. Azel was just telling me about it earlier.
Yes. So apparently they are getting actual like PhD scientists in veterinarianism and ecological biology to write an entire like encyclopedia about Pokemon.
Farfetch'd
Yes, official
is
book.
the leak holding a bird hostage, not the
So-
other way around.
I'm like, if they cover something as wild as like an object Pokemon, I'm all for it. I want to see how that works.
Yeah, I want.
Give me the deets.
I want every Pokemon covered to have like an anatomy section where you get a look at their skeletons, because I want to know what the object Pokemon skeletons look like.
We will finally have info on Dugtrio and Diglett.
We'll finally learn what's under them.
Yes.
We gotta know.
We
The
have this.
lifelong mystery.
Yeah.
I'm still of the belief that it's just a very muscular man underground.
It'd actually be really funny if like the diagrams just stopped at where like the Diglett meets the ground and we
It
don't
probably
know.
will. Knowing Pokemon, it probably will.
I'd find it immensely funny if they actually like plotted out all of Wiglet and Wugtrio's like internal workings and then they just cut off Wiglet at the ground.
I'm just imagining like all of Diglett and Wiglet's organs are all in the top half.
I wouldn't
And
be
there's
surprised.
just nothing in the bottom half.
Okay, are we done with this take?
Yeah, I think we are.
This is a slightly spicy take,
Mhm.
but
Slightly
yeah,
spicy, but not entirely wrong.
this isn't causing an uproar
Yeah.
per se.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
You
All
ready,
right.
chat?
Are y'all ready? Okay, it sounds like we got a yes. All right, y'all
All
ready?
right.
3, 2, 1, and pivot.
Oops, I
Ooh.
pivoted to the wrong thing. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Raichu is cuter and better than Pikachu in every way. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I agree.
Okay, I'm half agreeing here.
I fully
For
agree.
one specific
Let's
reason.
send it.
No, the only reason why. Yeah, Gage is in the same. I'm in the same boat with Gage, only because Alolan Raichu is better than Raichu.
Counterpoint. Pikachu
I don't care about the
outfits.
No, I don't care about the Pikachu outfits.
What do the Pikachu outfits have to do with this? I think, objectively, overall Raichu and Alolan Raichu are cuter than Pikachu.
No, I think Alolan Raichu is just peak. It beats normal Raichu out of the water.
I like normal Raichu, especially shiny normal Raichu.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Raichu's design at all.
How dare you?
No, normal Raichu. Alolan Raichu is absolutely peak.
Dare you? I don't know. I might be biased because I had a shiny Raichu when I was playing Pokemon Crystal, but I've become very, very attached to a shiny Cantonian Raichu. It's just peak.
Like, for me, there's only one way Pikachu would beat Alolan Raichu, and that would be Wrestler Pikachu from Pokken. Because that Pikachu can throw hands.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Raichu overall is cuter than Pikachu. Like, Pikachu is cute, don't get me wrong, but like Raichu. Antonian Pokemon are boring outside of Alola? Wow. This guy.
Like, okay, they are boring, but I can definitely feel the dating of their design. Their designs are dated, but they aren't boring in my opinion. In terms of Pichu, like, someone said like, I like Pichu. I think Pichu's off in its own section. Pichu cute.
Pichu is adorable. Pichu is the perfect creation. It's the ultimate life form.
Pichu out there vibing, minding its own business.
Yeah, Pichu is baby.
But in terms of, like, I think for me and Celia, we're in agreement that Raichu's better than Pikachu. We just like different Raichus.
Yeah. I don't hate Alolan Raichu, but like I am very attached to Cantonian Raichu.
I'm not at all attached to Cantonian Raichu, but I love Alolan Raichu so
fair.
much.
That is fair.
I'm just thinking about Fabio Dugtrio. We don't talk about Fabio Dugtrio's in its own territory of beauty, right?
But how spicy is this take? I don't. This might be a hot take in itself, but I think this might actually be a pretty cold take.
This is a cold take in my opinion.
It's another tasty take.
It's a tasty take, but it's not gonna get the Pokemon community up in arms, you know?
Yeah, because it's another Charizard situation where the general consensus on Pikachu is already, like, Pikachu is overrated and we don't really care for it. So I think the average Pokemon fan would agree with this take.
Well, it's not... Well, I think some wouldn't, but in terms of, like... Because I know, like, some Pokemon, like, people aren't really fans of Pikachu, but they're not fans of Raichu either. But I think they'd say, yeah, Raichu's better just because they don't have to see a Pikachu anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my thinking. Maybe it's spicier towards people that only know Pikachu as their only Pokemon. I mean, maybe.
Maybe. But at that point, that's, like, really hard to not...
I feel like the people that only know Pikachu as their only Pokemon are the people that are not Pokemon fans to begin with and don't really care.
Yeah. That's like saying... You know, at that point, it's like you could introduce them to like any other Pokemon at that point, and I think they'd be, oh wow, this is so cooler than Pikachu, you know?
Because at that point, like, you're just presenting this take to argue with like a grandma.
Yeah. Sorry, Chad, I'm fixing the thing on my end. Ignore the sudden shifts. Okay, I'm good. Yeah. But in terms of like...
Did my music stop?
No, party foul, alert, alert. So, at that point, if they're stubborn, I'm not really having that talk with them, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they made it painfully clear that they're gonna down the Pikachu who's better hill, and that's fine. Let them go on the hill.
Oh
Let
my
me know
god,
when you're
it's
ready.
Swamos! Oh my god, it's Gage!
God, oh my gosh, it's Swabos. Can you sign my marsh top?
Can you sign my Marshtomp? Can you sign my Swampert?
It was really funny because Swabos, I think the twins rated it to me as my Mudkip was evolving.
Oh no!
And Swamos was there.
Oh no! One
Yeah,
time
I
I
think
said Swampert in Swamos' chat and he banned me.
oh my goodness. That's crazy.
It was his offline chat too.
Oh no.
I'm the first
time out in 6 months? Are you kidding? Okay, that's just bullying at that point.
You know what? It's fair though because Swamos was part of the offline hype trains on my chat.
Gotcha.
I had to pay back somehow.
Okay, fair enough. Alright. So consensus on this take? Cold?
Pretty cold.
Tasteful cold?
Yeah. Tasteful cold.
Cold.
Like
Tasteful cold? Okay.
like ice cream if I liked ice cream.
You don't like ice cream?
No,
Okay.
I hate ice cream. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll have this discussion later.
This is a discussion for another time, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so you ready?
Are we ready, chat?
We ready? Next one. We still got a whole lot more. We still got a lot more. So
No, I have very oversensitive taste buds. There's a difference.
gotcha. Alright. Pivoting in 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Ooh, okay.
Alright, should I read this one?
Yeah.
Alright.
I have stuff to say about this one.
Alright. Fossil Pokemon are actually really good, both in concept and battle.
Coldest take known to man. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be honest here.
I don't know anyone who doesn't think fossil Pokemon are good. Like they're objectively like a good concept that like it's a good thing that they exist in the Pokemon world, just from like a world building standpoint of like
Yes.
yeah, why wouldn't you have super ancient Pokemon that went extinct and are now fossilized? Like that just makes sense for the Pokemon world. And I can't speak on battle because again I am not a statistics like super strategist girly or anything, but I've had fun playing with the fossil Pokemon that I have used, so
Yeah, like for me, I just love fossil Pokemon. Period. Like this is me removing myself from like my number crunching. I kind of follow the VGCC, so like I'm in tune slightly.
yeah.
But like fossil Pokemon period are really, really good, and I'm really happy that Pokemon this started in Gen 1. Fossil Pokemon started in Gen 1, and I'm so
Yeah.
happy they decided to start in Gen 1.
Yeah, it's a very good thing that they started it early on, like from the very beginning.
Because this is such a novel idea, and they knew from the start what they were doing from it.
Yeah, and the fossil Pokemon, I can't speak on them design-wise because I actually don't care for a lot of the fossil Pokemon designs, but like, I still like recognize that they are objectively like very good in concept. But there are some that I just like absolutely adore, like Tyrantrum and Rampardos. Those are my children. I love them.
Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. Bastiodon is an absolutely terrible Pokemon, but I love it so
I
much.
hate it so much. It's so
You don't like
bad.
Bastiodon?
No.
You don't like Bastiodon?
He's so ugly.
Okay, I call him a scrunkly. He does not look scrunkly, but he's scrunkly in my heart.
He's an affront to God.
I love Bastiodon because I think, yeah, because like I actually like hardcore started playing Pokemon in, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. So I did play Emerald, but that was on my brother's completed account. So, and you know, back in the day, you couldn't really have multiple save files in Pokemon. So
yeah, I don't like the Gen 3 fossils, but like all the other fossils, like I'm pretty either neutral / slightly dislike, or like I really like them.
Yeah, for me, I'm like I love.
Also, Dracovish. Dracovish is amazing and literally the best Pokemon ever created.
Yeah. Okay. Like conceptually, I'm happy that Sword and Shield fossils exist. Pause. We'll get to the end of this letter real quick. End of this letter after I talk about Sword and Shield. Swabos doesn't like Sword and Shield, and I understand why. But also, it's so goofy.
Unfollowed.
The Sword and Shield fossils are so goofy, and I love it.
They're goofy for all the right reasons.
It's funny for all the right reasons. However, but also like, yes, part of me wishes we had like the actual like, oh, give me like a full Arctozolt, like the bird fossil. Give me the full bird fossil. But at the same time, if you think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Thematically.
Yeah, especially with it being like England and all that. Yeah.
Well, it's not even that. It's like, oh, you can like in most archaeological digs, sure you find like whole fossils, but most of the time you find like bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you just kind of have to like guess to what they go to.
Yeah. Also, like I think this is, yeah, sometimes, yeah, but like also I think this is like the first time we ever get to make our own Pokemon, if I'm correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because I don't count Silvally. Or like all that. But like this is the first time like we as the trainers like, huh.
Yeah, because it's like you, the trainers, direct choices to create it. I mean, I don't think evolving Eevee into a different evolution counts as like creating a Pokemon.
Yeah.
I
don't consider that.
I think in the context of like picking out different pieces of fossil and putting them together, like you are literally creating a completely new thing by doing that.
Oh, what? Okay. So it turns out Sword and Shield is our most recent game with fossil Pokemon. Scarlet and Violet do not have any new ones.
Yeah, I was like, I know I haven't seen fossils in a couple generations, but I can't remember which ones, and yeah, makes sense, Gen 9 does not have any.
Yeah.
Pokemon Frankenstein, exactly.
Yeah, like, I think that's like our first time we actually get to do that, and that's so big. It's also like, let's be real, once you get your Arctovish or Dracozolt or whatever, he's so funny. They look so funny. That guy is
staying with you.
That little goober is staying with you, and you will love them.
They are just such the funniest little guys ever. I'm obsessed with Ash's Dracovish in the anime. He's so funny.
Like, I'm gonna be real, when I first saw the fossil combinations, like, what on earth were they thinking? But the more I looked, it was like, scrunkly.
The closest thing to canon Pokemon Fusion? Well, I mean, they have, Kyurem in Gen 5, like,
But they have alternate Necrozma.
Yeah.
Necrozma White, yeah.
Yeah. So there is Pokemon Fusion, but, like, none that, if I remember correctly, like, you, the player, can actually use. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah. Speaking of dinosaurs, I'm so happy X and Y actually got to like proper dinosaurs.
Yes, they're so good. I love both
I
of
love
them.
I love Amara and Tyrantrum.
I
I wish I could take both, but I took Amara in my playthrough.
I,
and I would never go back.
Probably take Tyrantrum just because I love his vibe. He's just so cool. But I really like Amara.
I grabbed the sail fossil and I never looked back. It's so good.
But yeah, this is a frozen take.
This is Arctic.
Yeah, this is an Arctic.
This is preserving the fossils we find.
This take is being preserved in the South Pole as we speak.
This take is preserving the fossils, alright?
Yeah, this is what's being used to preserve the fossils.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm. You ready, chat?
Yeah. Are y'all ready, chat? We'll have to see if Legends Arceus gives us new fossils, but I doubt it.
You mean ZA?
Yeah. Yeah, it gives us new fossils, but I doubt it. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, click. Now for a complete 180. Fossil Pokemon suck. Their stats should be better. They need more than a one-stage evolution and should have their own class of stat pools up there around legendaries. So basically, they want pseudo legendary fossils.
This feels like, because we said the last one was like an ice cold take. This one feels like a take that was created specifically to counter that, just for the sake of being a hot take.
Remember, this is anonymous. This was our takes were anonymous, so nobody saw other takes. So no, this is a legit one. I just decided to put these back to back because they were funny.
This is one person on their hill.
Yeah.
Screaming from the top of the hill and no one is listening.
I'm gonna be real here. I don't think this is hot.
Really?
Because, okay, if we're like compartmentalizing this, because this is a loaded statement, right?
Yeah.
Fossil Pokemon suck. Hot take.
Very hot.
Stats should be better. Stats should be better. Kinda hot. They need more than one stage. Hot. Like, okay, hot. And then have their own class of stat pool up around their legendaries. Hot. My only... So it's pretty warm. It's not spicy. It's hot. I think it's hot. It's like almost spicy, but not there yet.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I feel like
some fossils don't even evolve. That is true. That is true. Some fossils do not evolve.
I feel like the most outrageous... It's okay. I feel like the most outrageous part of this is the statement they should be up there around legendaries.
That's basically saying put them on Garchomp levels, you know?
Yeah. Like, I don't think we need to get that extreme with fossils, but like everything else I can kind of understand on some level. I still think it's a very hot take, but... Oh,
right. As someone who did a... I wonder who did a fossil-only Nuzlocke. They're in this chat right now.
Yeah, you don't need to get that extreme with stats. That's the only part that I'm like, no, this is very stupid. Why would you say that? Everything else I'm like, okay, I maybe don't entirely agree, but like I can see why you would think that.
Jen, yeah, like disregarding power creep for a bit. Like,
yeah.
Okay, I will say this, fossil Pokemon suck. In general, no. There are some very bad fossil Pokemon.
Gen 3 fossils.
Bastiodon, Rampardos.
Hey, I love Rampardos. Don't say anything bad about my baby girl.
They're like, I like Rampardos and Bastion, but like in terms of like viability and competitive, no.
No, that's fair.
So like in terms of that, they suck. Yeah, Lileep is very unfortunate.
So their stats should be better. I can kind of agree, especially with some.
For
more
me,
than one stage, I could see.
Okay. For some, I think they should have shipped with an evolution. Lileep, No, Credilli, Lilia, they're fine. Who was the one stage Pokemon? Oh yeah, Amistar. No, Amidite and Amistar were
No,
fine.
That's has an evolution. Yeah.
Okay, I need to check my fossil Pokemon. Hold on. Lily actually has use, so Lily isn't that bad. Aerodactyl doesn't have an evolution, right?
Oh yeah, Aerodactyl. I was like, I'm trying to think, and the only ones I could think of were the Gen 8 fossils.
Oh, I love Lily's design. I think Lily
hate
and Credilli
Lileep's design.
I think they're very funny. I think it's sprinkly.
I just cannot get behind the Gen 3 fossils.
In terms of like stats, I don't think so. Cause like their stats should be better is kind of following the line of they should be up there with pseudos, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think they should increase their stats like all across the board. I think there's like maybe one or two fossils that could benefit from like a couple, like a slight stat boost. But again, like definitely not around legendary level.
Yeah, well here's the thing. So Zabi brought up Archeops. And Archeops is actually like stat-wise really good. It's
yeah, I guess.
Well,
yeah.
The only thing that is keeping it down is Defeatist. Which basically just like, you know, is death, is Pokemon death, really. Yeah, yeah, it halves your offensive stats, so basically you're just fast
Lovely.
but can't hit anything. So, technically speaking, Archeops has really good stats. It just gets neutered by its ability, which isn't in this take, so...
Yeah, okay, in that case, like, yeah, maybe not so much on the stats, but like, if they said, like, they should have better abilities, then I'd be like, yeah, okay.
No, no. Some Pokemon have really good abilities. Some fossils have really good abilities.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on the fossil, I guess. I don't know.
Looks at Sandrush Dracovish. Water Absorb Dracovish.
Oh man.
Dracozolt also has Sandrush, and its signature deals more damage if it goes first.
Insane.
So, like even Rampardos has what? Rampardos has what? Yeah, that's the ice versions. Yeah. Rampardos is sheer force as it's hidden. So that's really good. So technically speaking, they all have really good abilities, minus Archeops, so that's fine. Yeah, Slush Rush, like Arctozolt and Arctovish have Slush Rush respectively, which is crazy in Yale.
Yeah. I feel like this is like half wrong take and half like, okay, sure, I see you take.
Yeah, so like overall, I think this is hot.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hot.
But they're confused.
Yeah, they're confused, but they have spirit at least. They're very passionate.
This is a hot take, but for my opinion, it's misguided.
Yeah.
With all due respect. With all due respect to like the recipient, like whoever sent this in. But nah. More than one stage evolution, I don't know.
I feel like I could see like a fossil with like a 2-stage evolution.
I can see it. Okay, like in my opinion, they should at least have one stage at minimum. Because Aerodactyl got done dirty.
Yeah. Not all fossil Pokemon should have 2-stage, no. But like, maybe like one generation they release like 2 fossils with 2-stage evolutions, and that could be cool.
Yeah. I will say though that I don't think the one-stage evolution should apply to the Sword and Shield fossils, because that's already created.
Yeah, they're already perfect. You can't improve perfection.
You can't beat build your own Pokemon.
Yeah, build a Pokemon.
You can't beat that. But in terms of like buffing them, I'm hesitant to call. I'm personally hesitant to call for a buff for some of them.
Yeah, I don't
Even
know.
though like,
I mean, yeah, because even then, like, some Pokemon just have to be bad. Like, you just kind of have to not to
unfortunately,
not to like put down anyone's favorite or anything, but like some Pokemon like just have to not be good because like you can't have every Pokemon being the best thing in existence. Like,
because even like the less than desirable Pokemon do have a use in competitive in their own tiers.
yeah,
Heck, even I'm gonna point this out. Bidoof,
level 1
casually.
Rattata.
Not even okay. Actually, since we're talking about competitive, Quagsire,
Quagsire, I love
Walls
Quagsire.
Arceus, Quagsire, and Clodsire, Wall God. They do not care about how many stat buffs God has. They look at God and smile.
That's because
that's all they do.
Quagsire and Clodsire are the perfect beings.
Yes, but like in actuality, they have Unaware, which ignores stat buffs. So doesn't matter how many swords dances you got. Quagsire will look at God and say, unintelligible smile.
They're just here to have a good time.
Yeah.
Quagsire is the true god.
You laugh, but yeah, Quagsire does go hard.
He does.
But yeah, so even the bad, like air quotes, bad Pokemon have uses. You don't think you would expect Quagsire to be like the best wall in like no restriction, but nope, Quagsire's there, happily vibing, eating God.
Yeah.
You know.
Because at the end of the day, every Pokemon should have their use, and not every use is gonna have the same like requirements. So if all the Pokemon are exactly the same, then it kind of like I guess takes away some of that usefulness.
If everyone's super, no one is.
If everyone's super, no one's super. Exactly.
But overall, pretty hot.
Yeah,
pretty hot
I would say so.
Hot take misguided. All right. All right, you ready?
You ready, chat?
I'll take the extended silences. Okay. Thanks, Gage. All right, ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Good luck.
Shiny Espeon is better than normal Espeon. Wrong! Wrong, and I hate you forever.
This is a hot take, by the way, because of Seal's reaction.
This is just objectively incorrect. Shiny Espeon is so ugly! Why is he neon green? You cannot look at normal Espeon and say, yeah, I want him to look like he's been through a nuclear reactor, actually.
I'm not saying anything here, because this is entirely Seal. Yes, it's the radioactive green Espeon.
And we were so robbed because in, what was it? Pokemon Stadium 2, I think. The gold and silver one. They had their own shinies. I think this was I think. I don't remember anymore actually. But they had one of the spin-off games. One of the spin-off like fighting games. They had their own like slightly altered versions of the shinies, and shiny Espeon was so pretty. It was like this more like mint green, and he was so pretty, and if that was our shiny Espeon, I would almost agree. But no, we got neon green! He looks so bad! Why? How could anyone like that thing?
Hot take. That's all I'll say on this matter. Okay, there is a chatter that says that they like shiny Espeon more than shiny Leafeon, and I'm inclined to agree.
I'm trying to remember.
Like, shiny Leafeon is like Barely anything. It's
Yeah,
barely
shiny
different from
Leafeon,
normal
like,
Leafeon.
barely changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I
No.
don't want
Well, here's
glow-in-the-dark lava lamp Espeon. Exactly!
Like me, I'm here vibing. I could care less if I got a shiny Espeon or normal Espeon. I'm just happy I have an Espeon, Chief.
No, if I get a shiny Espeon, I am sending it back where it came from.
Will you take
And
a
this
shiny
is-
Espeon over Charizard, though?
I would take the Charizard.
Really?
I cannot love shiny Espeon. And this is coming from someone whose favorite Pokemon is Espeon! Anyway, that's all I have to say.
There are some questionable color palettes for shinies in Gen 1, I will say that.
Yeah. Well, Espeon
But-
isn't even Gen 1, it's Gen 2.
Gen 2, yeah, like early gens. I will say this. Shiny Leafeon in Gen 4 is an absolute travesty. They should not have done it.
I mean, I think even shiny Glaceon, like, barely changes. I mean, it's more noticeable than shiny Leafeon, but yeah, it's still not great. I think if we were talking about, like, the best evolution shinies, Sylveon number 1, Umbreon number 2.
Yeah, Umbreon shiny goes hard.
Umbreon shiny goes so hard. And I just absolutely adore how Sylveon's shiny is just reversing the colors of normal Sylveon.
Yeah. It's great.
so pretty. But yeah, this take needs to be thrown into a volcano where it belongs.
Congratulations, whoever put this in. This is the spiciest take so far, and I didn't even say anything about it. Who are our favorite shinies overall? CL, you go first because I need to look up mine.
Oh god, I need to think. Well, Sylveon, one of them.
Thank you for the raid, Wicked. Oh my goodness, keep talking, keep talking, keep talking.
Wait. I'm thinking. It's kind of hard to think. Oh, shiny Raichu. Shiny Cantonian Raichu, I should say. And go for the follow.
We love trans icons. Let's get it.
Yes. Who are my other favorite shinies? Oh, thank you for the follows. I don't know. Oh, Gardevoir. I really like shiny Gardevoir.
Okay, Gardevoir is actually pretty good, yeah.
I like shiny Frostlash, but she doesn't change too much. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I like shiny Lopunny. Like I don't care for Lopunny as a Pokemon, but I really like her shiny. It is very pretty. I really like the pink fluff.
Okay, for me, shiny. Okay, like for me, the only one that I've actually owned was a shiny Crystal, so that holds a special place in my heart.
I did a little bit of shiny hunting in Legends Arceus, so a lot of my favorite shinies are in that game.
Okay, but off the top of my head, and I'm looking right now to refresh my memory, shiny Chandelier is absolutely goated. It's just normal Chandelier. It's literally just a normal Chandelier color. It's just a normal Chandelier color.
Okay.
No, but like, come on,
Oh,
it
shiny
works.
Whimsicott though. Shiny Whimsicott goes so hard.
Shiny Whimsicott. Okay, yeah, that does go really hard.
Shiny
Enjoy
Rayquaza, yes.
Okay, I'm like this. Like, I'm ignoring like the shiny Hoenn legendaries because they all go really hard. That's like not fair. That's like cheating.
Oh, shiny Decidueye too, yeah.
I will say, okay, like I have to put in like slotting in shiny Greninja because everyone loves Black Greninja. Right?
True.
Ooh, shiny Ageless looks so cool.
Oh, I gotta look him up.
Sorry, you could tell that I am not much of a shiny person. Oh. Okay, shiny Aurorus. Shiny Aurorus too, for me.
Shiny
is up there.
Agelslash is beautiful. Oh my god.
I need to look at Hisui and Goodra real quick. Okay, shiny Spirit. Oh, thank you for reminding me about Spiritomb.
Ooh, I I gotta see Spiritomb shiny.
Shiny Spiritomb is
There's so
goated.
many good shinies.
Yeah. Shiny Ponyta. Ponyta or Rapidash? Do you specifically want Ponyta, or are you specifically citing Ponyta, or is Rapidash on the table too?
Oh,
And for
shiny
Raiders, we will get to
Spiritomb.
introduction soon. We're just being distracted with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're looking at shinies.
Actually, while Seal is doing that, I will do my part then. Hi, for those who do not know me, I am Azel. I am a multi-planar interdimensional box being PNG tuber streaming a variety of games ranging from gachas, MMORPGs, shooters, hero shooters, and the like. I would be streaming game, but right now we are doing some rate the Pokemon hot takes. So yeah,
Yes, indeed.
get yourself comfy, Raiders, and enjoy your stay while we ramble about Pokemon.
Yes. And hello, I am CL. I'm an Earth Dragon living in the sky. I like Pokemon, I like Sonic, and I'm a VTuber. And I really like Shadow, as chatters will point out. And for anyone watching my stream who does not know, the little dragon boy next to me is my mascot Soleil. He's a little sky dragonette.
Take care, you two. Take care, twins. Rest up.
Have a good night.
Okay, let's look at a few more. Let's point out a few words that we like before we get stuck here.
Forgot 3 shinies, Golisopod, Lunala, and Naganadel. Let me look at these.
Okay, shiny Ponyta though, really
Shiny Ponyta
cute.
does go pretty hard.
Does go really hard. So
I was pretty happy when that was one of the missions in Legends Arceus. Was like, hunt a shiny.
Thank you for the bits, Ruby. Thank you for your donation, Upper Management Sensitive. Thanks.
Yeah, we love bits. And Lunala. Oh, Lunala's the one with the red shiny, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Lunala's is a tasteful red. I like it better than Solgaleo's.
Yeah, I like it. It's like almost like a wine red. It's pretty good.
Ooh, yeah,
really-
Naganadel's is really good.
I really like the pink on the Dawn Wings, is it? I'm not
Yeah,
sure which
Lunala's
this
is a blood moon. Yeah, it's a very tasteful shade of red in my opinion.
It's so
though.
pretty.
Okay. Since we're talking about Ultra Beast, look at Blacephalon if you got a chance.
Okay. Blacephalon.
That's a really good color scheme.
See this? Ooh, yeah, okay, I'm vibing with this. It's like the normal version of Blacephalon is like a kid's birthday party. Shiny Blacephalon is like you're at the disco.
You're in the UV glow light putt place.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone said to perceive Yveltal, and I'm just gonna put all the
Shiny
XYZ
Yveltal
legendaries.
is just bacon.
Yeah, it is bacon, but also like I understand the gimmick that they're going with. It's just a color flip of their base designs, base colors.
I guess. I just can't take Shiny Yveltal seriously because it is bacon.
And we have Toothpaste Xerneas.
Toothpaste Xerneas, I gotta see this.
It's right next to Yveltal.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
god. Ugh.
Yeah, we have Toothpaste Xerneas and no, I think Xerneas is more mouthwash. Toothpaste is Zygarde in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Gen 6 Legendary Shinies.
Yeah. Oh, that's really cute. So if you look at the Galarian Birchie of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, you know what their shiny forms are?
What?
They're their original color schemes.
Nice.
That's really cute.
I think I knew that actually. That is very cute.
Okay, let's get back to the topic.
But
at hand here.
anyways,
We were
very
talking about
spicy take.
This is a very spicy steak for Seal specifically.
Spicy and wrong.
Congratulations, whoever submitted this. You made Seal a very angry dragon.
Yeah. You're on my hit list now.
For me, this is also pretty odd. This is a pretty odd take, not gonna lie.
How can anyone... I say, how can anyone like Shiny Espeon, and one of my best friends loves Shiny Espeon.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta let them, you know?
You gotta let them be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we ready for the next take, chat?
Are we ready? We spent way too long here.
Yeah, we did.
And I think that's your fault, but no, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Please don't, no. Alright. You ready?
Alright.
3, 2, 1. Ooh, Gen 6 Dex. Gen 6 has the worst Pokédex of any of the games, and it's not particularly close. I need to refresh
Gen
myself
9
a
is
little.
right there. That's all I'll say.
I'm trying to think, like, hold on, I need to refresh Gen 6, because Gen 6 was the, XY.
I will say, like, yeah, Gen 6's dex very much falls flat in a lot of areas.
I'm like, I'm curious what they mean by worst. Like, in terms of numbers, or just the quality of Pokemon there?
I interpreted it as the quality of Pokemon, but it definitely has the worst in terms of numbers, because it's, I believe, still the smallest Pokedex we've
In terms
gotten.
of, like, numbers? Okay, first of all, is this hot or not?
No, that's like an
I think
objective, that's a fact.
I think this, like, this is pretty gold.
People really like having a lot of Pokemon variety in their dexes.
Yeah. I think I can easily pinpoint the reason why they're so little, and that's literally just because of the Mega Evolutions.
Yeah, I definitely see that, especially because it was the first generation to start the whole big battle gimmicks like that, so...
Yeah. Yeah. In terms of, like, roster for Gen 6, I don't think this is the worst.
Yeah,
There are some
I don't
bangers
think,
in here.
I don't think this is worst at all. Like, we have
There's a
some
lot of bangers
really,
here.
Yeah, some really, really good Pokemon. And then I look at Gen 9's decks, and I'm like, the amount of Pokemon I like out of that roster, I can count on one hand.
Oh, okay. Go off. I like hearing this. Go off.
Okay. Meowscarada, the Meowscarada line, pretty banger. I do like. Specifically only Fuecoco. I don't care for his evolutions. The Tandemouse.
Not even the sombrero.
No. The Fuecoco line. No. Tandemouse. Tandemouse line is pretty good, and Clodsire. And I think that's it.
Okay. For like if we're going back to Gen 6 real quick, there are some really good ones. Like the starters hit really hard. All of the Mega Evolutions are great. All of the Mega Evolutions Gen 6, design-wise, absolutely great.
And all of the starters, for the most part, are pretty good. Sylveon exists.
Talonflame, the Terror of Talonflame. Yes, I know. I see Talonflame.
Oh yeah, Tinkaton. Okay, I like Tinkaton too. So that's 5.
We also got the fossil, the Tyrantrum and Aurora's line. We got Guja.
And we
got Wyvern.
We just talked about how much we love Tyrantrum and Amora.
Yeah. In terms of Gen 9, that's Paldea, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm pretty sure there were some good Gen 9s. Clodsire line is absolutely peak.
Clodsire is peaker than peak.
Yeah, it's perfection. I will say, shout out to Low Kicks. Low Kicks is very funny.
I hate Low Kicks.
You don't like Low Kicks?
No.
You don't like your Sentai? Alright, I see you.
No.
You don't like your Power Rangers? Alright, I got you.
I've never liked Power Rangers, I'm sorry.
Okay, I respect that. But Low Kicks is pretty funny.
Ceruledge is fine, I guess.
The Charcadet line for me, I really like design-wise.
I don't really care for most of the Paradox Pokemon either. I like Fluttermane, and I guess Iron Valiant is cool, and that's about it.
There's some pretty funny printing designs here that I like. Huge shout out to Garganacline. Congratulations, we actually have.
Okay, that's fair. He's pretty funny.
Congratulations, we have salt in the game.
Yay! We can finally season our dishes.
Okay, and I have to say, Palafin is absolutely genius.
Palafin is so. I don't know. I don't like Palafin. I think he's too silly.
I don't like his hero form, but the concept of Palafin is absolutely peak.
I suppose.
What do you mean you don't like? What do you mean you don't like a Superman that's a dolphin? You know, come on.
I guess. LeChonk is meh.
Yeah, Iron Valiant. Okay, yes, Iron Valiant is probably one of the coolest paradoxes. I can agree with that. Actually, I'm gonna be real. I love all the paradox Pokemon to some degree.
I just think the Gen 9 Dex is just too goofy, too out there. I don't know. I like my traditional little guy Pokemon. I don't know. What can I say?
I will say that there are some questionable designs here. Looking at you, Scovillain, Houndstone.
Looking at you, Quaxley Line.
No, I see the vision for Quaxley. I don't think I'd outright hate Quaxley though in my book.
I think it's lame.
It also, like, Gen 9 also brought us Tandemaus and Blessed Smoliv.
Okay, I do like Smoliv. I don't care for his evolutions though.
Chio, Wochen, Champao, and Tingyu.
They're okay. I like the fish one, whichever one that is.
You like the fish. Yeah, the Chinese idioms of ruin. Conceptually, I love them. Some of the designs for me, no. Chiyu, I love Chiyu.
Okay, I like Chiyu.
I love Chiyu and Chanpao. Wochen, I like Wochen just because it looks goofy.
I gotta look up Wochen. I don't remember which one that is.
It's like the weird bush snail thing.
Oh, that thing. Ew. I hate it.
It's so silly. I love it.
I hate it. I guess it's a good thing I didn't ever encounter them.
Okay, but in terms of Gen 6,
yeah.
but quickly pivoting back to the take, this is pretty cool.
Well, no, I think this is a hot take and wrong. Because I think
Like,
I don't think many people would agree with this.
well, for me, it's like I'm getting caught up on the definition of worst, you know?
Yeah.
Because in terms of like actual like quality, yes, then it's a very hot take. But in terms of like numbers, that's kind of objective. Like,
Yeah. I guess you could say like it depends on how you interpret it.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe a middle ground and just say it's warm.
It's leaning towards hot. I'm willing to go that.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go that route.
Yeah. Willing to compromise on that. All right, we ready? Ready for the next one, chat?
Are you ready, kids? I can.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll stop before we get copyright struck. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. New Pokemon designs haven't been good since Gen 7. This person needs to play more Pokemon.
Yeah, because I can already immediately think of some amazing Pokemon designs that came after Gen 7. Dragapult, the Gen 8 fossils, Meowscarada, Clodsire.
King Gambit, yeah.
King Gambit is pretty fine.
I'm gonna be real. All the Paradox one are pretty neat in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess they have good designs. I don't really care for most of them personally, but like objectively, they are like fine designs. We did not attack Absol yet, no.
Hold on, let me check.
Tinkaton, yeah, that's a great design.
like, honestly, if we're going past Gen 7, like, there are some questionable designs. I don't know if I'd call this hot, though.
Yeah, because, like, there are definitely some really bad designs out there, but, like, you can say that for any generation.
Because I'm gonna be real, the first time I've heard this argument is in Gen 5.
I remember a lot of people always said, like, oh, Pokemon designs have gone downhill since Gen 5. Like, Gen 5 is just awful. It's like, I mean, yeah, I can see why you don't like the Gen 5 decks, and I also don't like a lot of the Gen 5 designs, but, like, I just cannot agree that... I just think it's a case of, like, every generation is going to have their really banger Pokemon and their really bad Pokemon. And some generations have more bad Pokemon than they do good Pokemon, or more bad Pokemon than others. But I don't think it's really fair to say that any new Pokemon design after a certain generation is not good.
Yeah, like if you're like Gen 8 decks, Gen 9 decks, that's kind of unfair because we've had some pretty bad, pretty questionable designs in earlier generations.
Like, this feels like a take that would be made by someone who either hasn't actually played the newer generations or just completely dismisses the dexes just because they don't like the games. And like, I can understand if you don't like the games, because I don't really care for Sword and Shield, and I really don't care for Scarlet and Violet, but I don't think it's fair to completely write off the Pokemon just because they were introduced in that generation.
Yeah.
And also,
in terms
these
of this
forms were Gen 8.
Yeah. Yeah, like, in terms of this being like a hot take, I don't think this is a hot take at all.
Yeah, because, like...
Well, actually...
On one hand, I want to say it is because it's just objectively wrong, but on the other hand...
Actually, no, you're right.
On the other hand, I want to say it's a cold take because I feel like a lot of people would agree with this. Even if they're
It's both hot
wrong.
and cold. It's entropic. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We keep making new categories of take.
Yeah,
It's like, this is definitely like the kind of things you would hear from people who are like, oh, the old generations are better, like, you know, like Gen 1ers and stuff, like, and there's a lot of Gen 1ers out there who would agree with takes like this.
If I brought like all my Pokemon friends into the room and said this, I'd feel like I'd be mostly split on like, yes, they agree and no, they don't. So I guess it's lukewarm.
Yeah, because it really depends on the crowd you're speaking to. Because if you're presenting this to like older fans who like just absolutely hate the newer games and won't even touch them with a 10-foot pole, I think they would agree with you. But if you're showing this to like us, we'd be like, no, this is just wrong.
Like, for me, I could see yes, but also I'm like, no, there are some pretty terrible designs in earlier gens. You just have to take your glasses off, Chief.
Yeah, and like there are some great designs in Gen 8 and 9, even if I don't really care for them overall.
Phalanx, my beloved.
Oh, I love Phalanx. What a little guy. Little guy.
Starters?
Plural.
You think starters peaked in Gen 7, really?
I can see it.
No, I'm gonna have to say sorry. I think they've been hitting really hard ever since, and they still do.
I don't know. I don't really care for the Sobble line or the Grookey line in Gen 8, and I said before, but I do not like White Coco's evolutions or the Quaxley line in Gen 9.
I think they're absolutely perfect for the region that they're in.
I guess.
The designers read their assignments, they know what they were doing.
I guess. Yeah, you could say that, because like even if I don't personally like the designs, like I can see where they were what they were going for and where their inspiration like clearly drew from.
Also, if we're counting Gen 8, then we have to include the Hisuian starters too.
Yeah.
Typhlosion, Samurott, and Decidueye.
Hisuian starters were peak.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized something. You know how we're getting Chikorita and Totodile in Legend Z?
Yeah.
I hope their new forms pop off.
Oh,
so
I
badly.
hope so too. I really want them to make me like Feraligatr.
I want Meganium to be useful.
that too. I really want Meganium to get some love, and I really want them to make me like Feraligatr. And Tepig is just beyond saving.
Who knows? That new Tepig might actually be really good.
I will be very conflicted if it is.
It's okay. You can make the distinction by saying, I like this version better.
Yeah, I like this one and nothing else. Chikorita has fairy moves now?
Yeah, Chikorita does have fairy moves now. That is true.
Maybe it will get some more love and use. We'll just have to see.
Like, if it becomes grass and fairy, I'm gonna be very disappointed, because that's so boring.
Yeah,
Give me something new.
Yeah, like that's such an easy option for Meganium.
Make it grass fire, I don't care. Make it give me something
fire.
out there.
we need like a wildfire Pokemon now.
Poison fairy, but we need to keep their main type. That's the issue.
Yeah, you gotta keep their main type.
Okay, so we've agreed that this is a warm take, not because we think it's warm, it's just too polarizing to be considered
it's
one or the other.
very polarizing, yeah.
Okay. Bet. Grass Psychic. Maybe. I want something like really out there.
I was trying to think of like, what if the new form for Meganium was like a wilted flower or something, and give it like Grass Ghost, but I don't know. I don't know if that's really that out there.
No. Like, that actually might work. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll just
I'm
see.
coping.
Yeah.
I'm not buying the game, but I'm coping. Alright, you ready?
Yep, you ready, chat?
We're moving.
Let's go.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, and... Pokemon Diamond and Pearl are flawed and unfinished games. Platinum is a great improvement over them. This is a pretty cool take.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool take from what I've heard from other people. I have not personally played Diamond and Pearl myself, but I did play Platinum.
This is just stating a fact.
Yeah, like, I watch a lot of YouTube videos of like retrospectives on like games and stuff, and yeah, the general consensus I've heard from all these videos is like, yeah, Diamond and Pearl were pretty unfinished and not very good, and Platinum is just like overall better, because it also adds like more story beats too and everything. It just brings it all together a lot more.
It's much more like finished, you know. I played through Pearl. I love Pearl, but even I say like, yeah, Platinum just dumpsters Pearl.
Yeah, that is partially why I did choose to play Platinum over Diamond and Pearl on stream. Also, just because like I generally prefer the third versions, because they're usually like the quote-unquote definitive version, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Really, Diamond Pearl? If you don't pick Chimchar, you get Rapidash only.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh my goodness.
I do remember that, yeah. Yeah, Sinnoh was very rough in terms of fire Pokemon.
Okay, yeah. Well, at this point, we don't even need to elaborate on this one anymore. This is just plain old.
This is just true and cold.
This is like
as cold as Sinnoh is.
Yeah. We're moving on. There's nothing else to discuss here. Alright, you ready?
Yep. You ready, chat?
This is saying like water's wet, you know?
Yeah.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright.
Oh man. Should I read this one?
Yeah.
Alright. Kanto and Johto are only relevant because older people have nostalgia for it. I find these regions to suck personally. This is from the sender, not me, CL's personal opinion.
This is users. We have our own takes. We're getting to
Yeah,
this soon,
yeah.
hopefully, but
I'm really torn on this because on one hand, like, yeah, I kind of agree with it. On the other hand, Kanto and Johto both have a very special place in my heart.
okay, first of all, is this a hot or cold one?
I don't know.
No, like, here's the thing. Knowing in the Pokemon community, I think this is pretty spicy.
Really?
'Cause we know
I
there's-
was gonna say, I feel like it's only getting colder throughout as time goes on.
I don't know. There's some pretty fervent Gen 1 and 2 stands out there.
Yeah, I guess.
This is leaning towards hot.
Sure, we'll say leaning towards hot.
No. If you want to say otherwise, go for it.
I would say warm at most.
Warm?
Because I feel like it's another case of, like, it depends on the crowd you're speaking to. You're tired of Kanto Johto stuff all the time? I mean, Johto barely gets any love.
Johto
really.
barely gets anything, yeah.
Yeah, it's really mainly Kanto.
Like here, like Johto is only there to be a vehicle for Kanto. Let's be real, because
yeah, like the most you're gonna see of Johto is just Johto Pokemon. Like we don't get like new, like we don't get Let's Go Johto or anything like that. Even though I really think we should, because I think Johto deserves more love. But like at the same time, I think Kanto and Johto do objectively kind of suck, even though I love them so much. I mean, Kanto is very special to me because Fire Red was one of the Kanto games in general were the first that I ever played of the Pokemon franchise, and Johto is very special to me because I really like Crystal. So they're very special to me, but like I can also look at them objectively and be like, yeah, they're not the best. I mean, Johto is literally just Japan, like even down to the Pokemon.
For me, I started with Leaf Green as mine, but I didn't have much attachment to Kanto. I will say this: I feel like Johto shouldn't be in the statement.
Yeah, I feel like because I don't think Johto really can be grouped in with Kanto here, because like Johto is just kind of like that forgotten child, you know?
Johto only exists to be a vehicle to get Johto player, like it's literally only there to be like, oh, hey, you want to go back to Kanto?
Yeah, like, yeah, I feel like that is kind of one of the only reasons why Johto is dragged down with Kanto, is because you can go back to Kanto. But like, Johto on its own, I really like, but it is also probably the most uninspired of all the Pokemon regions.
Yeah, Johto is the Kanto DLC.
Yeah, it's just Kanto DLC, really. And I feel like it's also like an unfortunate case of like, it was Generation 2, they were just coming off of Generation 1, and so they still don't really have their footing yet, and they're just kind of throwing ideas at the wall of how to elaborate on the Gen 1 games. And so I feel like that's kind of one of the main reasons why Johto is so forgotten and grouped in with Kanto.
If anything, I'm in the same boat as one of them in the chat. I would love to see just standalone Johto, but furthermore, yes, I want to see a modernized Johto and or Kanto.
Yes, I would love that. I still really want a Johto, like modern Johto game, even if it's not like Let's Go Johto, maybe like a Legend Celebi or something like that. That would be really cool. or something like that. Like I think Johto deserves more love.
Yeah, because it's okay. First of all, I think this is pretty. What did we say? This is warm or kind of warm, right? Warm, right?
Yeah, I think warm.
Okay, but it's like
yeah.
I actually don't want a Legend Celebi. Give me like a modernized Johto region, because you're telling me Johto and Kanto have been existing for that long, and when we visited, it hasn't changed one bit. Kidding me, right?
Yeah, because like even because we've seen like with Sinnoh, like, you know, the Gen 4 games are the modern Sinnoh, and then we've also seen what Sinnoh looked like in the past when it was Hisui, and they're so like you see similarities between them, but Sinnoh has evolved so much since then. And meanwhile with Kanto and Johto, they're just kind of like the same as ever.
I'd say even Hoenn. And now that ZRCs is on the horizon, we're getting expansion to Kalos in modern day.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that for the other, like the older ones? Come on.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I think this is warm in the same way that it's like polarizing, the same way that we said for like the Pokemon design one.
Yeah, but I will say, me personally, I do agree with this. I have no love for Kanto Johto right now because I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I unfortunately agree with it as much as I love these two regions.
Yeah, we're getting expansion to Lumiose, but that's better than nothing, you know?
Yeah. And I think Gen 6 does deserve the justice of a Legends game. Hopefully they don't fumble the bag with it.
Hopefully. I mean, to be fair.
It's a little early to say, but like...
Focus Miss might actually be Focus Miss now because of range. You actually have range in that Pokemon game now. Alright.
Johto doesn't feel relevant in its own games. Yeah.
It doesn't.
Because Kanto's right there, and so you're like working
Kanto's
the
next
whole
door.
game. Yeah, literally just to go next door and visit Kanto.
The secret boss of the Johto game is literally the Kanto trainer. Come on.
Yeah. It's like it's like on one hand I get it because it's in the lore that Johto is literally right next to Kanto, down to the fact that like Johto is like, I guess, so small or whatever that they don't have their own league, so they borrow the Indigo League from Kanto. And that's really a shame because it makes Johto not really be its own region. Like you said, it's just Kanto DLC. And it's like it sucks because I would love to see Johto be its own thing and really develop as a region.
I want to too, but that's up to Nintendo and not us. You know?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all I have to say on the the tape.
Yeah, I'm all like tapped out for this topic. I think we covered all of our like grievances with Johto.
Yeah. I think we've said all there needs to be said.
Alright, you ready?
Yep, you ready, chat?
3, 2, 1, pivot. Ooh, Pokemon releasing new features in every game is a weak attempt to keep the series alive and just sucks. That's pretty spicy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. And I almost want to say that I agree with it. Because
I agree.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's Pokemon's fault.
Yeah, it's just you can only do so much with the same formula for 30 years. Like, you kind of have to introduce new concepts to keep it fresh and entertaining, because otherwise no one's gonna buy the new games, you know?
It's a darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of situation. Because if you keep it same, people are gonna be like, oh, why isn't there anything new in this Pokemon game besides new mons? Blah, blah, blah. But if you don't. But if you add it, there's gonna be people like, oh my goodness, you're telling me you added Z moves now? You added Dynamaxing now, Terra? Like,
yeah, it's like you can't please everyone.
but this is a pretty hot take.
I think they're kind of like unnecessary evil almost. Not that I think that they're evil, but like, you know, you kind of have to do something to keep the series fresh and to keep people buying. So
true.
Yeah, I think it's justified, but I do agree that they're not.
It's a lawful evil movie.
Lawful evil, very much, yes.
But I will say this. In terms like strictly vanilla Pokemon, what else is there to do? You know?
Yeah, like literally the
like in terms of just like pure not just like pure Pokemon combat. What else is there to do? You know?
Yeah, like you literally press a button and then press a button again, and that's it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to press other buttons.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's like, oh, you don't have to think about whether you don't need to guess like Terra types. You don't need to guess Z moves. You don't need to guess Mega evolutions and all that. But spicy take though.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's again not their fault.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, not much on this one. I'm surprised. Oh. I feel like we would have had more.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like a, yeah, that's how it be.
It be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This is your take? Oh, okay. All right, Priscilla, I see you. This is a spicy take, but there wasn't much talking because we were like, yeah, it needs to exist. It's a lawful evil kind of thing.
It's just kind of like a, yeah, we see it, and there's nothing we can really do about it.
It's like Catch-22, rock and hard place.
Mm.
Yeah. You ready?
Yep. You ready, chat?
All right. You ready? Are you ready?
Let's go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Ooh, oh, okay.
I'll read this one. I know who said this.
Okay.
PokeStar Studios from Black and White 2 is probably the top 3 side content in the franchise, and not enough people talk about it or choose to engage with it. The puzzle fights were always fun to solve, and the storylines are always super fun, funny, and cool to watch play out. It's a super unique format that just never got touched up on in the releases, since we're long overdue for something that is just as fresh as it was when it came out. Plus, the cameras made it super fun too.
I 100% agree with this.
I think this. Well, okay. First of all, is this hot or cold?
Oh, I don't know how other people would see it, but I think the general consensus, I don't know. I've seen some people who really don't like PokeStar Studios, but I've also seen people who love it, and I personally love it. So I would say it's a cold take for me, but I don't know about like in general.
I think in terms of, yeah, it's like it's not a hot take at all. But for me, I think it's cold as well. But it also points out the fact that we haven't had anything like this ever since.
Yeah.
Remember Pokemon competitions, chat?
Like I was a big fan of I was always a big fan of the Pokemon competitions, and so I loved them, but I also felt like, man, we could do so much more with like side content, and PokeStar Studios was that for me, and it was so fun to like go and act in the movies and stuff. Like, my chat knows I spent quite a bit of time there when I visited, because I just wanted to see all the movies because I thought it was so fun, and I think the side content like this is very, very necessary, not only to flesh out the world more, but also to keep the content like fresh and fun, and to have something else to do other than just fighting all the time, you know?
Yes.
And so I really think they need to bring back fun side content like PokeStar Studios. So I absolutely agree with this.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say. I primarily left it to you because you literally just got off a playthrough of Black and White 2, so you're fresh
I'm
off
the
the press on
expert
this
here.
one. Yeah. And honestly, I'm in the same mood. Just give us something new. I don't think there's anything new in Paldea like this.
Yeah, no.
So yeah. Cold take, but desperately needed take.
Yeah, desperately needed, yeah.
Alright, ready?
Yep, you ready, chat? Would literally kill for a full Pokemon game that isn't just the usual fighting game. I absolutely agree. I say this all the time. I just want like a side game that's just like a cozy like open world game where you just hang out with your Pokemon and like you can just do other fun stuff. Like that's my dream Pokemon game.
Just expand on like the camp feature in Paldea in Scarlet Violet and Sword and Shield, and you'd be golden.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me walk around with Phalanx, dang it.
Yes, let me pet my Pokemon and take care of them and just vibe with them.
Magikarp Jump is the most fun Pokemon game? No, you are.
No.
That is 100% truth, Priscilla.
Yeah, I love Magikarp Jump. I gotta play it again. I still have it on my phone.
Okay. That aside, you ready?
Yep, you ready, chat?
Chat,
you
you
ready for
ready?
the next one?
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and pivot. Oh well. Modern EXP share makes the game much more enjoyable on both replay and first playthrough since you can use a wide variety of Pokemon. This is like cold. This is like I've never heard anyone in my like time complain about modern EXP share.
Really? I feel like I heard all the time people complaining about how modern EXP share just makes the games too easy. And like I do really enjoy the modern EXP share because I hate grinding mainly. And I like my game being easier because I like to play Pokemon just to see the story and have the battles. I don't like to grind for hours. But I've seen a lot of XP share haters.
Really? Okay. So you think it's hot then?
I would say it's hot, yeah.
Okay. Cause like I think like from a lot of people that I know, it's like they just want to get to like the battles. They don't want to sit there and grind, you know?
And I am one such person. Like I absolutely agree that modern XP share makes it way more fun for me because I hate grinding, but it's definitely a hot take in the wider Pokemon community, I think.
Well, the more I know, like the reason why I'm so surprised people don't like it's like even in like okay, this is like a very like niche subject, but like Nuzlocke community, where Candy Claws exists.
Yeah, I think
So,
I think some people just I feel like it almost comes back to like some people just really hate the modern games and will just find any reason to hate them.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
It's the
like,
get good mindset too. Yeah, definitely.
It's the anti-quality of life mindset.
Absolutely.
Back in my day, Waggles Cade.
Back in my day, all moves had a 1 in 256 chance of missing.
Back in my day, critical chances are dictated by speed.
Back in my day, there was no physical special split.
Back in my day, we had missing no rumors.
Back in my day, Mew was under the truck. And we didn't have the internet to tell us otherwise.
Okay, so this is hot, but I'm gonna say no. Stop being so. Get that stick out of your rear. This is fine.
Absolutely. Like hot, and you're wrong, and the people who hate modern XP share just hate fun.
Hot plus El Bozo.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rice fields.
I've seen rare Candy Claus haters, but those are usually people who don't actually play Nuzlocke. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like it's so weird, man.
Life is too short to spend your life hating how other people play video games. Exactly.
Yes,
also,
but
I'm
also
pretty sure you can turn off XP share in
you
at
can,
least some
I
of the
believe.
games. Yeah. So like, if you don't like it, don't use it.
But also, I'm still gonna, call out on you being wrong.
I'm still gonna make fun of you for hating
Yeah.
it.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm. You ready, chat, for the next one? Let's go!
Alright.
Yippee!
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and click. Ooh. Explorers of Sky is the best game in all the franchise. Argus, Esby, is this you? Swabos?
I cannot speak on this because I have not played the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. I really want to, though.
You should. It's a very different game, but
I've played a little bit of the one on
yours?
GBA.
Gage, is this yours?
Is this yours, Gage? Did you ghostwrite this?
I can't tell if this is a bit or you're actually being genuinely like, oh, did I actually ghostwrite this? I'm positive. Because I know like at least 3, maybe 4 people that can put this on.
I know that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has a big, like very dedicated fan base.
It's got a big fan base, I will say. There is a fan base there. Would I say it's the best game in all the franchise? This is like opinionated. Very, very opinionated.
Very subjective.
Is it hot? In the wake of like, if you're placing this against mainline, very hot. This is like hot. For me, this is a wrong opinion though. Hot but wrong in my book.
If we were pitting it against just other side games, would this be a hot or a cold take?
For me, it's still pretty hot because when it comes to side games, it's very like, oh my, I love this game, you know.
Yeah.
I will die. I will die on my hill saying Pokemon Coliseum is the best spin-off we had so far.
I know Coliseum also has its diehard fans, so.
But okay, in terms of Explorers of Sky being the best game, it's a good
single game in the entire franchise, I would say, makes it kind of a pretty hot take.
That's a hot take.
Yeah.
In terms of like but in terms of general like statement, agreeing or disagreeing, I think it's a good game. Mystery Dungeon games are good. It takes a while, like it took me a while to get into them. I never liked them when I was young. When I played like one, I forgot which one, like a few years ago, I was like, okay, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's good, but not my cup of tea, but it's good. So yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're like if you're comparing like Explorers of Sky to like the mainline games, yeah, this is pretty spicy.
Yeah, because like I can think of off the top of my head, like I love Fire Red and Leaf Green to death. Like I think Gen 3 is just the most solid generation we've had. And I also like Legends Arceus is so good as well. So like it has some pretty tough competition there. Also Gen 5.
For me, I'm in the Gen 5 and Gen 6. I will die on that hill. But yeah, so it's hot in that regard. Yeah. In my opinion.
Like it has some pretty tough competition there. And it's also
ambitious.
Very subjective. Yeah, and very ambitious.
I like it.
Very ambitious take.
Hot and ambitious, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all the mainline. Okay, story-wise, no, obviously not.
No, story-wise, the mainline games suck for the most part. I will say Gen 5 has a very good story.
Gen 5 has a good story because it had 2 games to build on it.
That's true. So yeah, I think Gen 5 definitely has the best story in
terms
the
of main line.
Entire main line, yes. But compared to side games, I think side games get a lot more better writing from the
Side games
ones
get
that
a
I've
lot.
seen.
Side games have way better writing.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yep, you ready, chat, for the next one? I think we might actually have our takes coming up. I don't remember.
Yeah, let's see if it is 3, 2, 1, and
Yep.
it is our takes. Do you want to do a quick like stretch and bathroom run?
Sure. Yeah, we can take a quick break. I gotta grab a bottle of water anyway.
Yeah, quick OSHA mandated break by Seals Oshawott.
Yeah,
So,
OSHA mandated.
so
We'll be back in a minute.
We will be back in a minute. Please hold.
Now you can.
Okay, so on the slide you notice that my name, Azel, is cardboard brown and Seals is blue.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know which take is which. Who wrote that take?
Yep, ears.
So
Oh,
so aside from that,
weird.
no, go off. we like saying words wrong
Yeah.
because nobody's wrong. We're always right.
Yeah, we're always right here.
Yes. See, there you go. You're alerted. Gotta stick up your nose a bit too and look down at them like pigeons. Anyways,
Yes.
all right, here we go.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, and
Oh god, we're starting with mine.
yeah, you're go off.
Okay. Serena is the worst character in the anime, and I will die on this hill.
Okay, I haven't watched the anime in a long time. Do people actually like Serena?
I think a lot of people do like Serena. I do not like her at all. I find her extremely annoying. But she does have her fans. But like all the Poke girls do.
Yeah. This is a first. Hold on, I gotta look this up.
Take your time, King.
Wow. There really is a large Serena following, it seems like.
I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, I barely remember.
Apparently in 2000 and as of 3 years ago, Serena's ranked the 7th most popular character in Japan. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd say this is a hot take then.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I'm here with Gage, like who I know I'm Gage like, oh, okay.
I only remember her so vividly because I have rewatched Pokemon X and Y more times than I can even count because I was obsessed with that arc growing up, and so I am very familiar with Serena, unfortunately, and I do not like her.
Okay, you can't just say I don't like her, not go into the details.
Okay.
Spill the tea.
Okay.
Spill the tea. I'm here for this. I'm here for you.
Okay, first of all, I despise the fact that they push so hard for her to have a crush on Ash. It was like so unnecessary, and like they set her up like, oh, she met him once at a summer camp when they were like 6, and somehow she still remembers him when they're 10 and he's jumping off a building. And she's like, oh my god, that's the guy I'm in love with. And so then she like finds his location, shows up, is surprised when he doesn't remember her, and then invites herself to go along on their journey. And then I just find, I don't know, I just don't really care for the contests in the XY anime that much. Like, not nearly as much as I enjoyed Diamond and Pearl's contest, how they were set up in the anime. And so, like, she just comes off as, like, an absolute brat, and I don't like her. And she gets character development, sure, but, like, she's still pretty boring. And all I really remember of her is the Ash crush. Like, Diamond and Pearl's contests in the anime were so good.
Yeah,
exactly,
I remember Dawn's contest. I don't remember anything about Serena.
Dawn is my girl. She is my top 2. She's one of my top 2 Pokemon girls. The other one is Iris. Surprise, surprise.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. It's actually also partially because Black and White was the first I ever saw of the anime, and so she was my first companion to Ash that I ever saw, and I really grew attached to her because of that.
I see.
But
okay.
Yeah, I don't like Serena. She's boring. And then
Nah.
not of any fault of Serena's, surprisingly, but in Journeys, her return, her spoilers for Journeys, by the way, but I don't think anyone actually cares that much. She returns briefly for an episode in Journeys, and they just fumble the bag so hard with her. Like, she barely even interacts with Ash. And, like, literally, her conversation with Ash is, like, 3 words. And it's at the very end of the episode, and then they never see each other again. And it's just like, okay, why was she even here?
Huh?
Yeah, because they were doing this thing where, like, all of his past companions, except Mei, because of her Japanese voice actress not being able to voice act anymore, but all of his other companions, like, show up for some amount of time at some point in Journeys, And so Serena gets this treatment, but then, like, she barely has any screen time. Or, like, well, she does have screen time, but her screen time is so unrelated to anything else that's happening. And it's just like, why was she even here? What are we doing here?
Okay, I see. Okay.
Mhm.
Wow. So not only is like they forced a crush, a romantic interest
Yeah.
in Ketchup, but also
Ketchup.
they fumbled her. And they fumbled her return. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Also,
Bad writing. Got it.
Bad writing, yes, exactly. Also,
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I just absolutely despise that scene in the airport at the end of XYZ where she kisses Ash. I just, no.
Okay. I can understand, but I
Yeah.
think this is pretty hot then.
Yeah.
I think I've witnessed like a new like level of rage in Seal today.
Yeah. This is what happens when I get started on Pokemon.
No. It's more like this is what happens when it gets started in Pokemon Serena specifically.
Yeah. And Shiny Espeon.
Oh yeah, shiny Espeon. So hot take, all
Yeah.
right.
Yep. I think
Okay.
it's a hot take.
And honestly, from what I know, yeah, it's a hot take, but a valid one, a
Yeah.
justified hot take.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready, chat?
You ready, chat?
Three, two, one. Oh, yes. So this has been sitting in my heart for so long. Give us new types for starters. Fire, water, grass should have been left in Kanto and or Johto.
I
Seriously.
kind of agree with this, yeah.
I don't know if this is hot, but I feel like it's hot.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of people who would be like, no, we must stick to the tradition.
The Holy
Because that's
Trinity.
all we have going for us. And
Because
like,
I will say that.
yeah.
Sorry, go
No,
no,
you
go
go ahead.
off,
You
go
go
off.
ahead.
Because I will say this, like even in like the spin-offs, guess what you have to do in Coliseum at one point? You get to pick your starter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't get to pick a starter, you get to steal your starter. Guess what? It's the Johto starters. Fire, grass, water. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like,
And for reference, in Coliseum you start with Umbreon and Espeon.
mm-hmm.
which is
Banger
a huge breath
Pokemon,
of
by
fresh
the
air.
way.
Banger team.
Banger.
But like, yeah, and like we have Eevee as a starter in Gale of Darkness, and technically Pikachu and Eevee in Let's Go respectively. But
Yep.
yeah, it's like, come on.
Now, like, on one hand, I can kind of get it because, you know, fire, water, grass is kind of like the classic trio of elements. So, like, on one hand, I can see why those are the starter Pokemon, but at the same time, it would be so cool to have other types as starters. Like, I feel like Pokemon is established enough as a franchise by now that we can have some really wacky, out there, like, type combos for starters.
Yeah, and you know what's even worse?
Mm.
In X and Y, you do that twice.
Yeah! Yeah, you do! The whole point of Eevee is that it evolves. You took its gimmick away for a hairstyle. Yeah, like, Eevee is such... Like, Eevee would be the starter Pokemon of all time, because it can evolve into so many different things.
Okay, so you do start with an Eevee in Gale of Darkness.
Mm.
And it can evolve to any evolution at that time, because, you know, Sylveon and Leafeon and Glaceon didn't exist then, but yeah. You could do that 3 times. Yeah, well, I'm not counting Torchic, because that's an event Pokemon.
Is that the same one as the Speed Boost Torchic?
Yep, that's a Speed Boost Torchic. Yeah,
Love
the
that.
extremely fast chicken.
I love when my KFC runs at me at Mach speeds.
Yeah, but give us like, imagine if like, okay, like thought experiment, like if you start Unova, right? You start Unova. Your 3 starters are like poison, steel, and flying. How hype would that be? You
That
know?
would be sick. Especially
Like-
because Unova was almost like sort of like trying to be like a fresh start for the franchise at the time, like with the decks being like exclusive to Gen 5 until like until you unlock the national decks or whatever. But like
Not even just like fresh start. Like give us starters that are thematic to the region.
yeah. Like I feel like Legends Arceus could have done that, and I mean it's still cool what they did with choosing 3 different Pokemon from 3 different regions, but wouldn't it be so cool if they chose other Pokemon of like other types also as a starter?
Yeah. Well, thematically, the standard stars they gave are on point. I just wish they were like Samurott, Samurott. Well, I guess I say Oshawott, Osha,
Osha,
Osha, Rowlet, Osha, Rowlet, and Cyndaquil are all great starters thematically. But like, come on,
yeah,
you could have given us something new. Like, if you really wanted to keep the secondary typings, just give us them as the base typing first.
yeah,
like if you're so concerned about keeping the identity, just make a Hisuian Hisuian like Oshawott that's dark first, and then goes into water in the final stage.
yeah,
You know?
like
I'll get.
yeah.
I have something in the like my next slide should cover this issue too. Look, yeah, like come on.
Yeah.
Like-
Oh, but in terms of how hot this take is, I think
I
I
think
would
this
say it's pretty hot.
I think this is pretty hot.
hmm Like, I agree with it, but it is pretty hot.
Yeah. Like think about it.
hmm
X and Y would have been the perfect time to introduce a pure fairy starter.
Oh, yeah!
I mean, Delphox is there, but no, that's a fire type. But
Yeah,
like,
that's
give
a
us a
fire
pure
type.
fairy starter. Give us a pure fairy starter.
Give
like,
us
that
Sylveon
is a
as the starter.
not even Sylveon. Just give us a pure fairy. Give us a steel, and give us like. Oh, I don't want to say dragon. Give us like a dark type.
Yeah,
Well,
Dragon would be like too OP for a starter, I think.
Yeah. Fire psychic. Oh. Not okay. Well, whoops. Like, give us a fairy. Like, give us a fairy. Give us a poison, and then give us like. What's poison weak to? Because so
Ground.
let's see, fairy. No, because it needs to share.
Mm.
Or it needs to share something. So like poison. But like, give us like a trio which introduces like the fairy type. Like X and Y was the perfect generation to introduce the fairy type and its weaknesses in a simple like way by doing starters, but no.
Hmm.
So annoyed by that.
The first secondary fairy type starter was Primarina. Mm. Well, now we need a regional Delphox that is fairy type.
Yeah. Now I'm just angry that Delphox wasn't fairy to begin with.
Yeah.
Anyways, I
Anyways.
think that's this topic for me.
Yeah,
I've
I
vented. I'm
think
gonna
we've
vent. I'm
said
gonna.
what we can.
No, I'm gonna say more next one because I think mine's the next
okay.
too.
Alright, you ready, chat?
Right, you ready, chat?
Yeah, it is
3.
wild that none of the Gen 6 starters have
Six stars.
fairy.
Yeah.
Hi, CL, here's my hot take. We should kill Pikachu for a ghost type variant.
Looks at Mimikyu quietly in the corner.
Glances at Mimikyu.
We technically already have a Ghost Pikachu.
Yeah. Not a hot take, also.
Because we already have a Ghost type Pikachu.
I would also do that. Let's make more ghost type
Yikes.
Pikachus, actually.
We need. I wouldn't say more Ghost types, but more not electric Pikachus, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, where were you? Right. 3, 2, 1. Oh no, it's yours. Never mind.
Oh. Alright. Bulletin is a perfectly fine middle stage. It's Chestnut that's the problem. And I know this is a very hot take.
No, this is a hot take because I know people do not like Quilladin.
People hate Quilladin, and I'm like, why? He's just a round little guy.
Okay, my question is, what would you prefer design-wise over Chestnut?
Like a... That's a good question. I think the general silhouette is fine. So like that, but with more... taking more, like, design details from the previous two stages. Because I feel like Chestnut is just so divorced from the other two in the line.
You want it more rotund, is what I'm hearing.
Sure. I want him to be more green and brown.
Okay.
Quilladin's eyes are my problem with it. I like his eyes. I think they're the best part. He's so silly.
Chat's fighting back. Better step up, Seal. Defend
He's
defend
so
yourself.
funny. Hold on. I'm gonna bring an image of him up on screen. Cause I need to show chat.
Alright, I guess I'll just... I don't know if my chat has yeah, the whole theme of Gen 8, Gen 6 is that they're D&D classes, so you need to keep that in mind.
Yeah. No, like I think the inspiration for it and like the general like overall silhouette is fine. I just don't like his color scheme or his weird beard thing going on. Like, look at this man. He's just a little guy. He's just a friend.
Hold on, let me public Quilladin for my chat so they know what we're talking about.
If Chestnut was shiny by default, it'd be fine. Let me look up his shiny. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Here's Quilladin, chat. Very rotund, very scrunkly. On my end. But for me?
Okay, yeah, shiny Chestnut is already a massive improvement. If they swapped the normal and the shiny, then I would be like, okay, yeah, Chestnut is a fine Pokemon. Like, look at this man. He's so cute. Anyway.
Hear me out. For regional Chestnut, Quilladin's face sheds out of that round body, but the shedded round body is the Chestnut. I do like the shiny color scheme better though.
Yeah. The shiny color scheme is like so much better for Chestnut than the original. Like that is my main problem with Chestnut's design. But yeah, I just don't get the Quilladin hate. I think he's just a little fella.
Honestly, for me, I don't mind this entire line in terms of design. I like Chestnut, I like Quilladin. I see the vision that they're placing down.
I think Quilladin is just like the natural evolution of Chespin. Like I think they did a good job of evolving Chespin from little guy to slightly bigger little guy.
I think the issue I have is like they couldn't decide whether they want to keep the rotund or the long, you know?
Yeah. Like if we're talking about like bridging the gap between first stage and final stage, then yeah, I can see why people don't like Quilladin that much, because like it makes Chestnut be so different from the rest of the line. But like, I don't know, I like Quilladin. I think he's cute.
I will agree that Quilladin's pretty scrunkly.
He is. Pignite is just the fire type Quilladin. Okay, those are some fighting words. I do not like Pignite. But anyways.
That's not this discussion.
That's a different story.
Hey, if you want to go off, by all means.
But yeah, I do think this is a pretty hot take.
Oh, it is a very hot take. Any other comments about Quilladin or the Chestnut hate?
Now I've said my piece.
Okay. We're gonna move on, chat.
Yep.
You ready?
Oh,
Let
you
me-
ready,
let me say
chat?
goodbye to let me say goodbye to Quilden on my screen. Goodbye, Quilden. All right, 3, 2, 1. Charizard and Venusaur. Oh, sorry. Let me
There
know
we
when
go.
you're ready.
Sorry. Yep.
Charizard and Venusaur should have been single type, or Blastoise should have been a dual type. It's so unfair that Blastoise is a single type.
I
Why is he a
agree.
mono water? Why are they a mono water?
I think, like, I know Steel type didn't exist back in Gen 1, but, like, Water Steel would be the perfect typing for Blastoise, I think.
Water Steel would, but Empoleon exists, and Empoleon's like 15 times cooler than Blastoise.
Wow! That's a hot take right there.
You don't like
I like
Empoleon?
it. No, I like Empoleon. I just think that Empoleon is not very popular with many people.
Its typing is weird, but that's a different story. But like, it should have been given something. Heck, even normal water normal.
Like, Blastoise needs a dual type, because, like, it just makes no sense that Charizard and Venusaur have dual types and Blastoise doesn't.
What's even worse? The Mega doesn't fix that.
Nope. Blastoise should have retroactively gotten to be Water Steel. I can't imagine it being anything else.
I'm
agree.
fine with retroactive changes. Like, they've done so many retroactive changes.
Yeah,
so,
like Jigglypuff, Clefairy,
Mawile,
Mawile, yeah.
Mawile, yeah.
I love Mawile.
Water Rock, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. That's a big maybe. If it had been given a dual type in Gen 1, I can see them giving it the rock typing. But with it, current day, with the types that we do have, I think Water Steel fits better.
Water Steel would be better. I don't know, Blastoise seems so normal that Water Normal just feels normal, right to me.
Yeah, he kind of is just like a turtle, so...
Like, the normals are pretty normal, so like, I don't know. And this is not like give shade to Blastoise, but Blastoise, pal, buddy, friend, homie, darling. You look pretty normal.
Yeah. But yeah, like it just, I don't know if I would say Charizard and Venusaur should be single type, just because I feel like their dual typing is so integral to them.
No. It's not it's not about giving them their dual types. It's about making it equal.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like, I think if I had to pick between making Charizard and Venusaur single type or giving Blastoise a secondary typing, I would give Blastoise the secondary typing. Because I just cannot imagine Venusaur and Charizard without their secondary typings. And it just makes no sense that Blastoise doesn't have a dual typing. Because, like, I don't think it's every starter, but almost every starter since then has a secondary typing.
The only starters that follow the Blastoise trend is the Johto starters. That's it.
Yeah, cause I'm thinking now, and like every other starter that I can think of in their final stages, they have a secondary typing, and it just makes no sense that they don't all have secondary typings. Cause it also makes sense from like the standpoint of they are starter Pokemon. Like
Gen 8 main starters are also all one type. Really?
Really? Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, they should have had dual types for them too.
Yeah. Like, God forbid, even if Cinderace has fire fighting again. Like, I feel like
it should have been.
It needs something.
It actually been. I don't know. I don't think Cinderace would be firefighting. It'd be really cool if like Sword and Shield was like, you know what? We're gonna make starter dual types other starter types, like fire grass,
really funny.
water grass. Yeah, fire normal for Cinderace would have been good too. What would Inteleon have? Because Inteleon's pretty water normal too.
Yeah, or like maybe water dark. Like I don't know why, but dark kind of speaks to me for Inteleon.
Yeah. Water psychic. Okay, no. I know this doesn't fit like design-wise, but thematically, since Inteleon's supposed to be a secret agent, Water Ghost.
I can see that. I can get behind that. Dark for espionage.
Yeah, Dark or Water Ghost for Inteleon would be great.
Yeah.
Rillaboom.
Rillaboom kind of strikes me as a grass fighting, but that's kind of just because he's a big gorilla.
Big monkey.
Big monkey.
They could actually go pretty wild with Rillaboom, I think.
It's a shame there's no music type.
Yeah. I mean, you could go grass rock.
Oh, that's true, that's true. I feel like either grass rock or maybe...
Grass electric's a bit out there.
Yeah, grass
plus we have
electric is a little too out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think grass rock fits Rillaboom.
Cinderace, if it had to be something else than normal, what would it be?
That is a tough decision. Because he is just a soccer player. What are soccer players if not normal people?
My only, the only thing that comes to mind is fire flying.
I can kind of see that, actually. It would be kind of weird, but I can see it.
But like...
Remember people hoping for fire electric?
Fire electric, maybe.
Yeah, fire electric I feel like would make sense for Cinderace, but I feel like as a starter typing, it just feels a little too out there. I don't know.
Well, we can't really say that, because there have been some pretty out there dual type starters.
True.
We'll accept Hisuian variants.
Cinderace might be better for electric secondary than Rillaboom.
I think electric would be best if Cinderace's design was updated to at least imply that.
Yeah, definitely. Because otherwise, I'm just kind of like, yeah, he's just kind of like a normal guy.
Cinderace just really likes football, alright?
Yeah, he's just a guy. I think the only out there type for a starter was Dragon, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair.
We haven't had... Did we have a dual type, like, actually pure dual type starter that had Dragon? I'm not counting Charizard decks.
I think so, no. I do agree that it feels very out there, because the whole point of Dragons, at least in the beginning, and I guess to some degree still to this day, is like, they're supposed to be kind of rare and like, not legendary in the same sense of like legendary.
They're supposed to be powerful.
Yeah, they're supposed to be powerful and rare to find. Being resistant to all of the other starter types feels odd. Yeah. Like, dragon typing on a starter feels way too OP. I hope we get another firefighting starter for Gen 10. We don't have enough.
Mods ban this individual.
Unfortunately, that is my mod.
Seal ban this individual.
But yeah, I feel like this is going back to your take here. I feel like, I don't know. I don't see people talking about it, but I also feel like most people would probably agree for Blastoise getting a dual typing. So I would say this is kind of a cold take.
Really? What about the whole Charizard and Venusaur should have been single type part?
Now that would be a hot take. So I feel like we can kind of come in the middle here and call it a warm take.
I'm calling this warm lean towards hot because Charizard and Venusaur are mentioned.
Okay. Sure, we can go with that.
Because we know how many people have Charizard.
Yeah.
Alright.
True.
Alright. Y'all ready? Actually, fun fact, I thought about, for the longest time, I thought Feraligatr was Water Dart.
Really?
Yes, just from appearances. Yeah. Why is it? Oh, Crocodiles are not Water Dart. Oh okay. Anyways.
Charizard dropping the fire type would be funny. He just becomes pure flying.
Actually, though, that would be better than what
That's true.
Because guess what? That's a non-traditional starter element.
Yeah, there we go. That would justify Charizard's existence. Alright, are we ready for the next take, chats?
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Pivot. Ooh. I don't know if this is odd, but this is definitely opinionated.
Oh, this is definitely not... I don't think this is hot at all, but it is very strongly opinionated. And if you know me, then, you could see this coming from a while away. Mr. Mime is the worst Pokemon ever created, and I did not add this in the take, but I want to eat Mr. Mime.
Huh? Pause?
I don't think there's any elaboration needed. I just want to eat Mr. Mime.
I see.
I want to hunt them for fun, for sport, and turn them into stew, and drive them extinct. Didn't Ash's mom marry Mr. Mime?
I see. I don't know about that part, but
that one's the first on the hit list.
Okay, I see. Very, very strong feelings here. Do you want to talk us through it?
I just don't like Mr. Mime. I just think he's an affront to God.
I see. Okay, but what about Mime Jr.?
Mime Jr. is fine. I like Mime
What
Jr.
about what about the other regional forms of Mime Jr., Mr. Mime?
Mime Jr. is fine. Mr. Mime, Mr. Rhyme, they're dead. They're getting hunted. They are not safe. Ash is 50% Mr. Mime. You need to stop.
I'm telling you, Seal. You got the power.
I do have the power. And it's very tempting. But, yeah, I don't have anything else to say. I've said what I've said.
I don't really care for Mr. Mime, but this level of, like, vitriol is so entertaining.
I think this is a hot take solely because I am so passionate about it. I think most people would be like, yeah, Mr. Mime is a bad Pokemon, but I don't think they would think it's the worst Pokemon ever created.
Yeah, okay, for your passion, I'll slide this into hot take too.
Sure.
Bet.
Alright.
Alright. Seal, your bot is giving me thoughts I don't want to perceive.
Why?
Reach out.
Oh. Would you eat No. No, he's a human child. He is not Mr. Mime. The Mr. Mime was caught after he was born. The Mr. Mime was caught, well, actually not on screen, but the Mr. Mime was introduced on screen. So no, Ash is not part Mr. Mime, and I would not eat him because he is a human.
Alright.
Anyways.
With that thought, they hated them for they spoke the truth. Okay. Are you ready, chat?
Are you ready, chat?
I took physical damage from that statement. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ah, yes. About time I got to this. Regional forms did what Megas were supposed to do, but better. Give all such less popular Pokemon attention.
I kind of agree with this, yeah.
I will die on this hill. I don't care if anyone says regional forms are bad, they were better than what Megas did.
Megas are a cool concept, but you don't really get to see much of them. Because of how limited they are in use. Because you only see them in battle, and only for a specific amount of time.
Yes. I think for me what's really annoys me is that Mega forms. How many Pokemon can you list that were not popular, that were given a Mega?
Like,
Because of what we got the Kanto starters, we got the Hoenn starters. Those are all popular Pokemon.
Yeah.
We got Gardevoir,
Lucario.
Scizor, Lucario,
Steelix.
Mewtwo,
Mewtwo, of course. Mewtwo got 2 forms, and so
Yeah.
did Charizard.
Yeah, and then you realize like every Mega is like either Gen 1, 2, or 3.
Yep.
Exactly. Beedrill. I'm happy
Beedrill.
because like
I like Mega Beedrill.
I'm happy because Mega Slowbro exists, Beedrill exists, Beedrill, Mega Sableye, Mega Mawile. Mawile needed it so much.
I love Mega Mawile.
Mega Gengar. Gengar's kind of popular, but like I feel like Mega Gengar deserved it.
Yeah. He's very popular, but he
Pinsir and
deserves it.
Heracross needed it so badly.
Yes. Absolutely.
But we also have like Latios, Salamence, Metagross.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Majority of the Mega Evolutions are just like the most popular Pokemon, and because it's such a small pool of Pokemon that get Mega Evolutions, it's like it really needs to be expanded on, I think.
Yes.
But also, I agree with the regional forms. It's like you can do so much more with the regional forms. Not only do you see them all of the time because they are always present in that regional form, but you also get to see them as completely different typings and designs based on those new typings. And it's just a very creative alternative to these existing Pokemon, and I really like regionals.
For me, it's like someone said chat regional forms just make a new Pokemon. Technically, it's not about making a new Pokemon. It's just like I'm happy that Sandslash of all Pokemon is getting some love. You're telling me you don't like Galarian Weezing, you don't like Clodsire, you don't like
Clodsire, my beloved.
Like, people like Quagsire, and then Clodsire came along, and everybody loved Clodsire and Quagsire. Now it's like that's that kind of thing. It's like you normal people wouldn't bat an eye to like Voltorb or Electrode, but here we are with Hisuian, Voltorb, and Electrode.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like you can give these old Pokemon a new fresh coat of paint. Original forms are awesome, and then you remember like 80% of them are Gen 1.
Yeah.
I hear you, but I feel like kind of the reason for that, at least when they were introduced in Gen 7, is as a, I guess, proof of concept to be like, hey, what if we took these old Pokemon that you know and love and made them new? And I almost feel like the Gen 1 Pokemon need the regional forms the most.
Yes, they are. The specific regional Pokemons that have been added definitely needed it.
Like, I like Cantonian, Sandshrew, and Sandslash, but I love Alolan. Yeah, they're Alolan forms.
I understand, like, we're getting so much Gen 1s, but I think this is a good way to keep them fresh.
Yeah, and keep them updated with modern times as well, especially.
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned earlier, like, they are very dated designs.
But, like, giving them a regional form allows the designers to make really banger designs. Looks at you, Alolan Executor.
Yes, I love Alolan Executor.
Yeah, like Alolan Raichu. Okay, Pikachu didn't need it, but I'll take an Alolan Raichu, you know?
Yeah, I think they did Alolan Raichu very well, even if I prefer Cantonian Raichu.
Yeah, so it's like, I hope like we get to a point where we will get newer generations, because I think we might be getting that with the starters in ZX Arceus, Legends ZX. Hopefully.
Yeah, cause we got Hisuian forms for the starters in Arceus, and
if
those were pretty good.
Okay. And if I'm being like really like pedantic here, or like really petty and like stingy, I could expand this to Paradox forms as well. And in that case, the Gen 1 is like, there's no longer like the Gen 1 argument.
Yeah.
Because Paradox Pokemons are like every single generation.
Yeah, definitely.
And for the Paradox Pokemon, it's like, maybe it's a mix of like popular or not popular. They just kind of dartboarded that thing. They kind of like spitballed that for like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, because like for the Paradox mods, what we got Delibird, we got Iron Bundle.
I love
Delibird. We got Funny Magnezone, Sandy Shock.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
No, but it's like even then now we're getting like legendary. If I'm being like technically stretching the definition of regional forms, are getting Paradox legendaries now. You know, just like things like that.
Yeah, and like we even got like Fluttermane. I don't think Mischievous was that popular of a Pokemon, but it still got a Paradox form.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised it kept the Mischievous form and not evolved to the Mismagius form, you know, but that's just me.
I kind of prefer it that way.
Really?
I'm not the biggest fan of Mismagius's.
You clearly just don't like big hats.
No, I love her big hat, but she just does not look and related enough to Mischievous.
Paradox legendaries were in the lore, because you're telling me the caveman era had 3 EVs died in a burning tower again.
Oh,
You're
that's
not
true.
wrong.
Okay, that's my biggest peeve with the Paradox legendaries is why are we making Paradox forms of the legendary dogs, because they already have established lore of how they were created.
For me, I can let it slide because it's funny timeline shenanigans, and you're not supposed to think hard about funny timeline shenanigans because if you do, your head hurts.
Okay, that's fair. It is Pokemon. Honestly, I think Pokemon just getting redesigns would work better for this argument than regionals and Paradox forms.
Well, the redesign doesn't fix like the main issue I had with how mega of the intent of like megas and regional forms. It's like, sure, you're gonna give Ninetales a coat of new paint, but they're still a Gen 1 Pokemon with Gen 1 stats, you know.
Yeah,
and typing, you know.
I'm just of the opinion that I don't think they will ever redesign Pokemon. Just because, like, I feel like, number one, I feel like it would cause too much of an uproar, because, you know, biggest franchise in the world and all that. So, like, I definitely don't think they're ever going to redesign Pokemon. Would I like them to? Sure, I would like to see some more modernized designs for some of the Gen 1 Pokemon, because you know, again, like we said, a lot of those designs are very, very dated. But I think the regionals and to an extent the Paradox forms are kind of just like the best kind of like compromise we'll probably get in terms of like redesigned older Pokemon. I don't know.
I think redesigns are in order, but also like I don't want regional forms to go away because there's some really great ideas here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, in my dream world, we would get some redesigns for like the roughest designs, especially from like Gen 1, maybe even Gen 2, and also on top of that still get some really awesome regional forms, because I think they can coexist, because I think regional forms are different enough. It's still a very cool concept of like, what if this Pokemon was a completely different type?
Yeah.
We have the Spiel line, they should eradicate Seal from ever existing, but then I can't do the funny April Fool's joke of being Seal the Seal.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You want to deny the Seal Empire from existing and growing? How dare you? Spiel-esque.
Spielex could work too, just saying.
That's true, I do like Spiel, but I can't get behind it solely because of what Spiel evolves into.
Everstone.
True. You raise a good point.
Is that any other points here? I think I've said my piece.
I think I've said pretty much all I want to say. I'm just trying to think of, like, is this a hot or a cold take?
I've seen people not. I think it's a pretty warm take. I've seen people like not like the regional forms, but I've seen plenty more love the regional forms.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking of it from the fans of the Mega Evolutions perspective, and I think it's definitely another case of like there are people who really like the Mega Evolutions, and there are people who really don't like the Mega Evolutions. So yeah, I can see this going either way.
For me, it's like I understand the intent of megas, but if you're just gonna give all the the famous mons megas, just keep it to the megas. Regional forms should be left for the less popular ones, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. I can get behind that.
Mega Dugong becomes a PNG of a real.
Now that would be a Mega Evolution worth seeing.
The crunchier the PNG, the more damage it does.
Yes. Gotta get that, like, real mega JPEG compression jank. I'd love less popular Pokemon megas. Oh, absolutely.
Give me dun spars.
No! We don't need any more.
We need more dun spars. I don't know about that. We need it.
Oh god.
Alright. I think we're ready to move though.
Yep. Are we ready, chat?
Ready, chat?
The lower HP, the lower image quality. 100% HP is 1080 and 10% is 180p.
That's actually
that is
peak.
Genius.
But
that would be my main Pokemon.
PNG Seal, let's get it.
Let's get it.
Alright. Let us do our thing. Alright. We're just changing in 3, 2, 1, and pivot. Ooh.
Speaking of regional forms, Toadskull and Wiglet should have been regional forms instead of separate species. I just think it's very silly that they are separate species. I get why, but that doesn't mean I like it.
I'm gonna be real. Is this a hot take? I don't think this is a hot take.
I don't know. I have not looked at the general consensus of these two. I just wrote it down because, like, I just don't like Toadskull and Wiglet as completely separate species. This take is cold? Okay.
I think it's cold. Yeah. Toadskull and Wiglet should not have been unique. They should have been Paldea. This is Paldea, right?
Yeah.
They should have been Paldea forms.
Mm-hmm. Because, like we already have regional forms that are kind of, like, out there. Like, you know, Alolan and Executor. Like, the lore of that is that they get so much more sunlight from being in Alola that they grow so much taller. It's like, long. I don't see why you can't have some lore that, like, in Paldea, a Tentacool and Diglett have evolved to become, like, opposites of each other or whatever. Executor is still a plant, though. I mean, I guess.
I guess, but, like, yeah, I'm like, they shouldn't have been separate. They should have been kept like that, you know? Kept as regionals.
Like, again, I can understand it because of, like, kind of like the real world sort of take of, like, you know, we call pronghorns here antelope, even though they are not at all related to the antelope in Africa. And so, like, in that aspect, like, I totally get it. Like, yeah, they look like Tentacool and Diglett, but they are not. But at the same time, I still think it's very stupid from a Pokedex standpoint, and they should just be regional forms.
Yeah. I guess, but like, still, you know, sure, Toadstool's a mushroom and the other one's like a jellyfish, but come on. At that
Just
point, you
say
could have just made
tentacle
it.
evolved to walk on land. It's not that hard.
Yeah. Or just because if you think about it, moving those two to regional forms wouldn't get enough 2 new slots for new Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. 2 new Pokemon that could potentially be really good and increase my number of Pokemon I like from Gen 9 by 2.
Toadstool should have been Toadstool. But in terms of like heat, this is pretty cold, I think.
Yeah, I do think this is a pretty cold take.
But a necessary one. No.
It had to be said.
Alright, are you ready?
Are we ready, chat?
Are you ready, chat?
Let's
Alright.
go!
3, 2, 1, and go. Ooh, yes, Unova is the best region aesthetically in-game.
Agree.
Agree. This is like... Now here's the question, do people agree with this?
I think they do. I know there are a lot of Gen 5 diehard fans out there, and I think they probably would agree that Unova has amazing aesthetics.
My only question is the size of the Gen 5 standards bigger than other generations? Because I think there's the number of... I think the number of Gen 1ers and Gen 2ers far outclassed, even Gen 3ers.
I think the Gen 5ers are rapidly growing. Because I have seen much more love for Unova over the past couple of years than I did like 10 years ago.
Yes. So in this point in time, would you say this is a warm take?
I would
or
say,
even cold?
I would say it's warm, but getting rapidly colder.
It is cooling off as we speak.
Yes, like a dish that has been left out for too long.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Like, do I even need to explain why Unova is like the best region aesthetically here?
It's just beautiful.
It's just beautiful, and okay, here's like, each town has their own distinct building design.
Yes, that was honestly one of the best parts for me. Also, just like the general aesthetic that Gen 5 was going for with like sort of like the blend between 3D and 2D, which like Gen 4 was already doing, but Gen 5 like massively
Gen 5 like
on that.
really kicked it in, yeah.
Absolutely. It's like that just really brings it all together and creates an experience completely unlike any other Pokemon game for me, and that is why I had so much fun playing Gen 5. So
Are you sure it wasn't?
Agree.
Are you sure it wasn't because Clay was there, partner?
Clay wasn't even my favorite character. I hate speaking in the cowboy accent for him because he says some weird stuff.
You just need to be indoctrinated better with the cowboy lifestyle.
You're right.
But yes, I would love if Pokemon would have gone with the Octopath Traveler route instead of going to 30.
I say this all the time. This is the route Pokemon should have taken and should take in the future. I would love to see an Octopath Traveler style Pokemon game. Like that is one of my dream Pokemon games.
Yeah, I would love that.
Sprite art made the Pokemon actually feel alive. They should just animate the sprites so they aren't frozen, then boom, monitored sprites. Oh, absolutely.
They'd have to do that for like all. Yeah. Actually, Pokerogue, quick aside, Pokerogue does do that. They're slowly editing. There's an experimental option where they're actually animating all of the sprites for newer Pokemon too.
That's awesome.
They're slowly implementing that. So Eternatus, for example, has an animated sprite
and I think once they've got those sprites done for the Pokemon, they don't really need to keep updating the sprites every generation after that, because like the sprites are already good. Like when you have such a limited space to create a shape, a Pokemon, like there's only so much you can do to improve it before like you've hit the ceiling for pixel art.
Yes.
So I think like just make one pass of really good sprites, Gen 5 style sprites for all the Pokemon, and just keep using that every generation.
And you're golden.
Yeah, and you're golden.
The only time you have to, do another pass is for the new Pokemon. That's it.
Exactly. So, yeah. Because like with 3D models, like I understand that like when they first made all of the 3D models, they were made to be sort of like future proof so that they could keep using them. Whether they actually keep using those models or make new ones, I don't know. But the problem with models is at a certain point graphics will improve so much that you kind of have to update all the models eventually, because it'll be obvious how dated they are. Like, look at I mean, and at least for a stylized game like Pokemon, like that's kind of okay. Like they can be a little dated, because like look at Wind Waker, for example, it still holds up today. But like if you look at like games that were trying to be realistic back in like the 90s, early 2000s, like they do not hold up at all today.
Yes.
But if you go back to like a pixelated like Octopath Traveler style sort of game, like you're leaning into sort of those quote-unquote retro graphics, and you don't really have to keep updating them to be more modern or anything. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Alright. So this take is cooling. Any other quips about Unova?
Not that
I think we kind of...
I think we said our piece.
Yeah. We went on a sprite tangent, but I think that was deserved.
Yeah. Gen 5, my beloved.
Gen 5, my beloved. Okay, I will say Gen 6 has a space in my heart, too.
I have not played Gen 6, but I really like the XY anime.
You should play it.
I might play it someday.
Do it, coward.
Okay! I gotta play Sonic Adventure 2 first.
Yeah, I know. You gotta play Shadow, too.
Yeah, I gotta play Shadow. I gotta play Sonic Unleashed.
Yeah. Shadow's gonna be rough. Anyways, we'll talk about Shadow later.
Yeah.
You ready, chat?
You ready, chat? Let's go.
Alright. 3, 2, 1. Ah, yes. Back to me. Galar is the Galar best region in terms of how they handle gyms as an in-world system, although it does a great job in showing how Elite Fours are established. Because like this is more of like a world building thing. You never ever get like the nitty gritty details of like how the gym circuit works in any game. The closest I can think of this like pre-Galar was Black and White.
Yeah.
However, Alola does a great job of like showing how you make the championship league.
Oh, absolutely.
You make the gym league. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, cause in most games the gyms are just kind of there without any explanation, and you don't really get much of an insight into like why or how they work, outside of like you'll beat the gym leader, you get a gym badge, and you can go to the Pokemon League, la-di-da. So I do think in that regard, like Galar does a really good job of kind of handling gyms like that. And yeah, I agree with Alola and how the Elite Fours are established and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I will agree that Alola's trials were just better in terms of like being fresh, in terms of like compared to like the gym setting. Because it makes sense for Alola. They don't have an established like gym circuit or league or anything like that.
Yeah, they're just vibing.
So they're just kind of flying by the seat of the handle, and it's such a refreshing take on the whole like gym leader thing. But I will say I do
Absolutely.
like the gym circuit better because it's what I'm used to.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate Alola for trying something new with the mainline, like, gameplay loop there with the trials.
Yeah, gym challenging has always been the weakest part of Pokemon games. Yes, and I can agree with that wholly. And I
Yeah.
think it's just because you, as the player, don't really understand why, like, the reasoning behind besides do it to go to Elite Four and then beat Elite Four to be champion. Smile.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, like there was never really any explanation given, and I do feel like they really should have elaborated on that more. At least in the beginning. Like it's kind of a thing with like the fossils, like how the fossils have been a staple in the Pokemon franchise since the very beginning. And how we talked about like how that was a good thing to establish them early on. And I think they should have done the same with explaining the reasoning behind gyms and what role they serve in the Pokemon world better.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like obviously, like the animes are gonna like do way more because
Definitely.
they got more time to cover it. But like strictly speaking, in terms of games, Galar gives you like a legitimate reason to understand. Oh, why am I doing this in the first place? Oh,
Yeah.
it's an actual it's an actual league. It's a tournament.
Yeah. And
And then Elite. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna go to Alola. If you're gonna talk about Galar,
okay.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I also really appreciate how Galar handled how outside people like view and spectate the gym challenges and see it as a sport, because British people's love for football or whatever, I don't know, I'm not British.
They love their sports ball, don't worry.
Yeah, they love their sports ball, and so tying that into the Pokemon world and making the gym challenges their version of like watching sports ball is like a really cool detail. It's like because in other Pokemon games you just kind of walk into the gym and there's nobody there, and like some ordinary people might say like, oh, you're a Pokemon trainer, you should go to the gym, but like they don't really acknowledge the gym's existence outside of that. So I really like that they make the gyms feel more like they belong in the Pokemon world.
And I think it's something that I do like about Galar and by extension. I was like, actually, I think I can point it to Gen 5 again did this really well. Your gym leaders are people.
Yeah. That is one thing I really love about the Gen 5 gym leaders, but also kind of modern gym leaders as well in general, is how they have other stuff to do. They have other professions outside of being a gym leader.
Yeah, like
the baker in Gym 9, or the artist, or the fashion designer in Gen 6.
Yeah, like we know Nessa models in her off time too.
Yeah.
And then there's like the little details of like Gordy and Melanie being related and all that. But also like, I think Gen 5 also like does justice to like older major figures. Like, you wouldn't know that Cynthia goes to Unova for vacation,
Yeah. Yeah, and like Caitlyn being an Elite Four member when she was first seen in the Sinnoh Battle Frontier is also really cool. And I really like seeing these cameos of like past characters being in and part of newer regions and stuff.
Yeah, like so yes, somebody in chat said they like the concept of Iono's gym challenge. It just needed more time to cook, and I agree with that.
I love her so much, and I love that she's a streamer because I think she's so funny. But I do think her gym challenge was kind of boring.
Yeah, honestly, I think most of the gym challenges in Paldea need some.
Yeah, they needed a little more pizzazz.
Okay, except Larry. Larry's perfect.
Okay, yeah, Larry is perfect. We cannot change Larry in any form. He is baby girl.
Yeah. Yes, best statement about Scarlet Violet in general, need more time to cook. Yes.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Okay, can we just talk about Larry? The fact that Larry's pulling double duty is so crazy.
He's the perfect character ever.
I know.
I often am saying Pokemon games need more time to cook. They really do.
Yeah.
They really do.
Okay. Larry doesn't need more time to cook. Larry's perfect.
Larry, they spent all of their time on Larry, actually, and Clodsire.
Larry, Clodsire, yes.
And Rika. Rika is my wife.
I love Rika so much, but she needs more screen time.
She
needs more.
I love her.
Honestly, the lead for besides Rika and Larry is pretty undercooked there too.
Yeah. Why is there a 9-year-old child here? The 9-year-olds aren't even allowed to be Pokemon trainers yet.
Yeah. I would love character side quests for people that you can just run into Pokemon games. We need more of that human interaction.
Yes. You know? I love that.
The moment I saw Rika point the screen and had Leslie in it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, we say that. Why is there a young child in the Elite Forum like Tate and Liza existed? You know.
That's true. Well, how old are Tate and Liza?
I don't know.
I feel like they're old enough to be Pokemon trainers.
They're on the young side for gym leaders, honestly.
They're definitely on the young side for gym leaders, but I feel like they're still old enough to be trainers. Also, the 9-year-old Elite Four member, I don't remember her name, sorry, but she does not look 9 at all. She looks, I thought she was like 4 when I first saw her, and then she said, I'm 9 years old, and I'm like, no, you're not.
I mean, I don't know how she got into the league, but hey, go for it, I guess.
Yeah. I guess they were running out of good trainers, so they were just like, okay, let's just take this random child off the street, I guess.
Either that or Poppy knows what she's doing.
I guess.
But yeah, anyways.
And then with the Lola, sorry.
No, go for it.
With the Lola, I also really like how you actually get to defend your role as champion.
Yes.
Like that's something that never gets shown in the other games. It's like, well, why wouldn't you be defending your title as champion if the title like changes hands as soon as someone beats the champion? It's like, you know, there's always, you know, you've got these rivals and everyone who are also going through the Elite Four with you, and let's say you beat them to becoming the champion, they're still like going through the Elite Four. Why wouldn't you defend your role as champion? It's like a reverse blue situation, you know?
Yeah. And going off that, because we're going back to Galar, because Galar's tournament elite idea is so perfect. That's why the tournaments exist, you know?
Yeah.
Just because you're champion doesn't mean you have to skip the tournament. You still fight in the tournament.
Yeah.
This tournament is rated E for everyone. Come on, get in. You know?
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here. Nobody's exempt for playing. God, those two regions cooked in terms of their world building for gyms. Sorry.
Absolutely.
So, what does this take? I think I got distracted.
I don't know. Because I feel like they are correct takes, but I don't know what the general consensus would be on them.
I think this is I'm gonna keep this warm for now, because I don't think I see a lot of people praise the gyms, like the gym system specifically. I know there's a lot of pushback at first for how Alola handled their gyms, but
I just don't see many people talking about this in general. But I don't want to call it a cold take just because of that. So I think
Yeah.
I think I would say warm.
Warm for safety's sake? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Next one, are you ready, chat?
Are you ready, chat? Let's
All right.
go.
3, 2, 1. Oh, simple. Pierce should be the only dark gym leader.
Really?
Nobody else. Nobody
Really?
else.
Would
Piers
you-
is
would
too
you like to-
perfect.
Would you like to elaborate on this?
Piers is too perfect. Okay, first,
Okay.
you're telling me that Piers, the first ever dark gym leader, went this hard. Come
Okay,
on.
he is a pretty funny character. I do like him.
Piers is okay, not even from like personality, like his entire gym is antithetical to the standard Dynamax system in Paldea.
That's true.
He can't remember. He almost beat Raihan without Dynamaxing.
Ooh. Loved Pierce singing in the gym with 0 vocals. That went hard.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know
And-
if I would say he should be the only dark gym leader, but I do think he is.
No, he
is
should
very
be
good-
the only one.
Okay.
He should be the only one.
Okay. Okay.
Because if there will be another dark type gym leader, it will not match up to Piers and I'll be very disappointed.
Okay. You know what? Sure.
Okay,
I do
here's
think this is a hot take, though.
this is a very hot take. You know why I love Piers?
Why?
Piers is the only gym leader with his own theme. He's the closest thing you'll get to a traditional gym fight, per se. Also, he follows speed laws. He follows the speed limit.
He does follow the speed laws. That is true. I love that scene in the anime. Can we speed up? No, we have to follow the speed laws.
Oh. Also, Piers is a good, cool bro. Let's be real.
He is the ultimate older brother.
But like, in terms of how they introduced a dark type leader, this is such a high, in my opinion, this is such a high bar that it's gonna be very hard to impress me.
I can see it.
He doesn't Dynamax. He hypes up every single team member. He's not like, oh yeah, here's my ace or whatever. He hypes up every single team member. And he doesn't need Dynamax to be good.
That's true. I would
Banger.
still like to see another dark gym leader because I think dark type needs more love.
No, dark type needs more love, but it's a high bar to set. Pierce set
Yeah.
an incredibly high bar, and I don't want that bar to be ruined by someone else failing miserably.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, it's still very spicy take though.
No, this I 100%. I
The spice
understand.
is
I knew I
off
was
the
right.
charts.
This is very spicy. I know this. I knew this like as my fingers were typing this.
Gothic Lolita dark gym leader would literally be so easy, and they keep fumbling around not doing that. I would love a Gothic Lolita dark gym leader. That
Yes,
would be
please.
sick.
But it needs to be as good as Pierce in terms
It
of
needs
impact.
to be as good as Pierce. I will say, yeah. I will agree with you on that.
Because we've had so many middling dark Elite Four members.
Yeah. Hear me out. Sword and Shield sequel where Marnie is a rival you hang out with throughout the game, and then learn she's secretly the 8th gym leader testing you along the way.
I mean, we kind of know that Marnie's gonna take over Pierce's gym. You know.
Yeah. I feel like that wouldn't be a good twist because we already know that.
Yeah. It's like
Unless you're like brand new to the series and you never played the originals, I guess.
Yeah. It only would work if like you knew in the first game, like with like Sharon, you didn't realize that Sharon was gonna be a gym leader in 2. So it's like, oh, it's like you need a different character for that.
Yeah, definitely. But that would be a cool concept of having a rival character who turns out to be the final gym leader.
Yeah.
Let me in the design room, I'll save them.
Yes, Priscilla would cook so hard. I trust Priscilla. But yeah, this is a spicy take. I love Piers so much. Conceptually,
Thank you for the
executionally.
Yippee! Headbats!
True. But I would love to see you cook up a dark type gym leader, please.
Alright,
Yeah,
are we
but,
ready
like-
to move on?
Yes, Piers, true bro.
You ready,
Right,
chat?
You ready, chat? All right.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Priscilla.
Regional form of humans. Piers becomes tears and is arrested. No, don't do that to Piers.
Yes, do it to Pierce.
Piers is already depressed.
That's true.
Looks depressed.
Make him more depressed. There you go.
It'd actually be really funny if Piers just became really happy.
That would. And his name is still Tears, though.
Yeah.
I'm enchanted by the passion I gotta follow. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's pivot. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's another one from me.
Go get him.
Dual game releases should have ended after Gen 3, and I stand by this.
Agree. But this is
yeah.
very hot. This
It is
very
very
spicy.
hot, but yeah. I just think with the introduction of Wi-Fi, we really did not need dual releases anymore, because you can, like they make sense in the beginning, when you're first selling this game to people. And you're like, yeah, this is a game about catching creatures, and you can trade the creatures with other people. Also the economy, yes.
The economy, we can't afford this.
Yeah, but like, it makes sense in the beginning of trying to pitch this to consumers who have never heard of this franchise before, right?
Yes.
Of making trading one of the main selling points of the game, which is very funny because it's not really anymore, but they still keep releasing dual releases anyways. But after Gen 3, that doesn't really become necessary anymore when you can connect on Wi-Fi and trade with people across the world. And so if you, for whatever reason, can't get this one specific Pokemon, just hop onto the internet and trade with your buddy from Japan or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, we don't need the dual releases anymore. We haven't for many, many years.
I'm gonna be real. I would say it should have stopped after Gen 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna push it one generation just because Gen 4 introduced the GTS.
Okay, that's fair. I was debating between Gen 3 and like Gen 4 or 5, but I put it at Gen 3 just because, like, from then on we go into like the DS like Wi-Fi era and stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm giving Gen 4 like the hard like limit because that's when the Wi-Fi came in and that's when the GTS was introduced.
Yeah, and so it makes kind of like it would make a good transition between the traditional trading system of like having to physically be next to another person and hooking up your consoles to trade.
Link cable gaming.
Link cable gaming, then to trading over Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Like, okay, for me, okay, this is like, I'm being like minorly I'm pushing back slightly. I'm fine with like a dual release if it makes sense thematically.
Yes, okay.
And
Vivs said in chat, like, Black and White made sense for dual release, and I agree with that. They made it different enough to justify the dual release. I would almost say they could have pushed it even further with making them different, but what they did do was still very, very good and actually justified the dual releases for once.
If I'm being like super generous, my generous limit is like they should have stopped in X and Y, and then my super generous limit is that they should have stopped at Sun and Moon.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can see Sun and Moon as well. I think they also tried to do sort of similar thing to Black and White, where they were trying to make it different enough to justify the dual releases. But like, any other game is just like the only real difference you have is is
Box
version
Legendary.
exclusives, and
Box
version
Legendary,
exclusives
that's
are version exclusives and box legendary are not really enough in my opinion. I feel like they need to do way more to justify selling two separate games that at the end of the day are otherwise like the same exact game.
Yeah, because like with the handhelds, that was their major selling point, like link
Mhm.
cable shenanigans and all
Absolutely.
that. Because like, I'm gonna push out of Pokemon for a bit, like, because even in like other games, like Mega Man Battle Network, for example, you had dual releases every version, and there was this plotline was the same. You have the same like stuff you use. The only difference is like the bosses you fight and the abilities you get from those bosses. So it's like that. So like, if in my opinion, if they wanted to have a dual release, they should have made at least the stories different enough to warrant a dual release.
Absolutely.
Like how Fire Emblem did it with. Even though we don't like this, we don't like Conquest and Fates. They did it that way. You know.
You also reminded me of like how Ruby and Sapphire, they had a completely different evil team depending on which version you're playing.
Yes.
I still like how Emerald did it by tying them both into the same game, and I prefer Emerald over Ruby and Sapphire, but I really like how they tried to make it different with the two different evil teams.
Yes. We need more two evil teams if we're gonna run down this path.
We need evil teams, like actual evil teams back in general.
Yeah. It fell like the evil team fell off hard with Team Fire. Oh my goodness.
Yes. But, yeah, I think that's all I have to say on it. Evil Pokemon team, they want to kill every Pokemon.
If
I feel like
anything,
that's a little too edgy for Pokemon, but
I don't know. We had Plasma, so
True. And we did have Team Rocket canonically kill Cubone's mother, so I mean, who knows?
We had Team Plasma. I'd even say Team Galactic was pretty rough too.
Well, Team Galactic, Cyrus specifically, was trying to create an entirely new universe.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Team Galactic.
Yeah.
Like, evil teams peaked in Team Galactic and Team Plasma, but after that, no.
Yeah. I like how Team Flare was handled in the anime. I can't speak for the games because I haven't played them.
Oh, it was terrible. Team Flare was handled terribly.
Yeah, I really like how they were handled in the anime, though. And I also really like that Ash drove a man to jump off a building, so I don't know. I don't know. I think Team Flare was handled very, very well in the anime.
Team Yell, I just think Team Yell's endearing, and that's cute.
Team Yell is just stupid and funny.
Team Yell is stupid, but very endearing once you know like the actual context.
I really like Team Skull just because I think they're really funny.
Team Skull is just vibing.
Team Skull is just vibing. I really like how they leaned into the humor with them. And there's this one conversation between the two grunts where like they're talking about how they're both named Grunt and they're like wearing each other's shirt or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
I think Aether was pretty well executed. I think. Aether Foundation?
I think so.
It's better than what they've had so far in terms of like that era.
I think Aether Foundation was handled pretty well in the games, not so much in the anime, just because Lusamine gets this like really weird redemption arc and just becomes really buddy with everyone in the anime in a really unnatural way, but
that's the anime.
Yeah, it's the anime, so yeah, it's really hit or miss depending on which arc you're watching.
Yeah. Alright. But aside from that, dual game release is very hot.
Very hot, but I think very true.
Very true, yeah. For me, I'd push this to Gen 4 at minimum.
Yeah.
At maximum.
I can agree with Gen 4.
All right, y'all ready, chat?
You ready, chat?
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, another one of me.
We were just talking about
We were
this
just
earlier.
talking about this. Pokemon should go back to 2D games, and I still stand
Hot
by
take.
this.
Hot take. Hot
Very
take.
hot take, but I stand by this with all my heart.
I
don't
stand by
care
this.
If, I don't care if it's a side game. I just want my sprite-based 2D games back.
Okay. I'm gonna compromise with you. I think spin-off should be given the freedom. Mainline should be 2D.
True. Okay. Yeah. I still like we were talking about. Octopath Traveler style Pokemon game is like my dream Pokemon game.
I feel like Vivi saying that it's a cold take. I think it wouldn't be as a cold take if it wasn't for how terrible the 3D games look right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's I feel like it's kind of lukewarm, but it would be warmer if the 3D games were actually good.
Well, this like the more recent ones, like because some of the old 3D games actually look really good for their time.
Like I think if this was a bit further back in time, like maybe Gen 6 or 7, then it
I'm
would
saying
be
X.
hotter
I'm
pick.
saying like X. I'm saying XY minimum Omega Ruby.
Okay.
Actually, XY Omega Ruby Sapphire. Fresh off of that, because
yeah, because they're so new, and I'm sure they were probably well enough received back then when we're fresh off of them, that they would be a lot hotter. I don't know. I think people really like Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, so I think coming off of that, it would be a very hot take to say they should go back to 2D games. But like in current era, it's a pretty cold take right now.
yeah.
This would be hotter if modern games were animated like Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness.
Yes. It basically comes down to like this would be hotter if the 3D Pokemon games were actually, nice to look at.
Yeah. Sun and Moon and Legends Arceus are the only good 3D Pokemon games. I will agree with Legends Arceus. I think it is the best of the 3D Pokemon games we've had.
You need to play some Coliseum.
Well, I mean mainline.
Oh, mainline, yeah. In terms of mainline, yeah. But like, in terms of like spin-offs, you need to play some Coliseum.
Oh, absolutely.
You need some Coliseum in your life.
I plan to eventually. I've just got like a huge backlog of games that
No.
I need to play
My
eventually.
backlog of games is good, but I'm like telling you, you should play it sometime. But yeah, lukewarm take, but
Yeah.
I agree with this so much.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's
good.
go look. Yeah,
It looked fine, I guess. I don't know. I feel like they were maybe kind of underwhelming for being the first Pokemon games on the Switch.
True. No. We're talking about Let's Go, but yes, we are moving.
Yeah, we are moving on now.
All right, 3. Chatters are chatting. I'm holding. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Ah, yes. Here's my take on this whole Legends thing. Legends framework should have been the new Pokemon Rangers instead.
So instead of having Legends at all, you would prefer it to become Pokemon Rangers?
I would have preferred an open world Pokemon Rangers instead of an open world Pokemon game.
Okay. I've never played Pokemon Rangers, but
The framework is there. You have a perfect excuse to have your capture devices out.
Yeah.
I understand,
I feel like it does make sense, yeah.
Like, yes, I would scratch the crap out of a Switch screen if I had one, but like, there's like, there's some technical hurdles like the Switch screen, like how am I gonna, capture mons and all that. But that's a perfect excuse. Open world Pokemon is such a perfect excuse. Open world wild Pokemon are such a perfect excuse for this.
Yeah. I think it even just comes back to like we just need like an open more Pokemon games where you just do things other than like the main gameplay loop, and like an open world game like that's open-ended at that, where like you can just like interact with Pokemon in many different ways. Like you could become a ranger, you could be a daycare person or something, like have so many different ways of interacting with Pokemon and stuff. Like we just need more games like that.
Yeah. Like I get it. Open world Pokemon catching is nice, but now they have Scarlet and Violet. So give me more Pokemon Rangers.
Imagine using the capture device as motion controls, just spinning your Joy-Con in your screen like a magic wand.
That would be so exhausting.
That would. It'd be a workout.
Oh, that would
Then
be
you
a
can
workout.
then you can say you're doing exercise while playing video games.
Yeah, you're getting your reps in, but oh my
Yeah.
goodness, you'd be gay.
This is my Wii Fit.
My Wii Fit, more like my Wii Fit in my bed because I'm so exhausted. Like, oh my.
You just come home from work, you're laying on your bed with your Switch, and you just start shaking it aggressively to catch a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like
It's arm day.
it's always armed out with Pokemon Rangers.
That is a
Yeah.
very cursed gauge.
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Alright.
I think this is probably a hot take, because just from the perspective of like Legends has been so well received that I think people would be like, no, I don't even know what this Pokemon Rangers thing is. I like Legends Arceus.
Yeah. Like, especially with how many people are wanting ZX right now. Oh my goodness.
I am so hyped for ZA. You do not even
I hope-
know.
No, I hope ZA is good. I really hope ZA is good. I know it's pretty, like, the actual area grid is pretty small, but I hope they do stuff with it. Because there's not a lot of diverse, like, ecosystems in that city.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to how they handle it.
I just hope that the starters become new variants
Yes.
with new types, because good lord, Meganium and Toaddown need it.
Meganium especially.
Meganium especially. 10,000%. I think that's anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Because I think this is our last one. Let me check. 3, 2, 1, and... Yeah, it's our last one.
Alright.
Stretch!
Stretch!
Ooh. That's all of them, chat. Oh my, 4 hours
That's
of
it,
straight...
folks. Wow, 4 hours stream.
4 hours straight of Pokemon yapping. I think this is a new record for both of us.
Yeah. I have not streamed for 4 hours straight in like a year.
I am happy to facilitate.
Love me some Pokemon yapping.
We should. Oh, I need to. Oh no, I think I already know what I want to do next. Hold on, I'll shoot you a quick PM. Yeah.
Yes! Yes!
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know how. Okay, we need to play that. I don't know how soon you want that.
I am honestly ready whenever.
You're ready whenever. Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever. I need
no.
that in my life.
You need that in your life? Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Maybe after I've played a little bit more Sonic, but I'm so down for that.
For sure. I love these.
We're already cooking up something new, chat.
We're already cooking something new.
We are.
Yeah. 4 hours of hyperfixation? Oh, if it was another game, I'd be out here for a while.
4 more
Here-
hours coming soon?
4 more hours coming soon? They might even be longer.
Might even be
Oh
longer.
dear. Oh dear, imagine if we did a Pokemon tier list. Oh god.
Oh god, we'd be here for like literally an entire day.
Yeah, we'd be dead. We'd be out.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest tier list I did was for Arknights, and that doesn't even have enough Pokemon.
God.
That was just for costumes. That wasn't all like playable units.
Yeah, I think I started a Pokemon tier list on my own time, and I didn't even get like maybe a couple hundred Pokemon through before I was like, this is boring and I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay, so well, you have me now.
I do have
we
you
can do
now.
this together.
We can.
But for our sakes, if we do it, we have to go by generation by generation.
Yeah.
For our sakes.
Yeah, definitely. Pokemon tier list plus shiny variants separate. Oh god.
Okay, no, that isn't happening.
That's a bit too much.
That's like asking us to do the same list twice, but not really.
Yeah. It's the same list, except shiny Espeon goes in F tier.
Yeah, it's like, at that point, we're not even judging on like how much we like the Pokemon, just how much we agree with the color scheme.
Yeah. 2,000 Pokemon! Dear God, no!
No. How many Pokemon is there?
1,025. I know that one off the top of my dome.
Oh dear.
Soon to be more. Probably.
Yeah, okay. We'll plan that in the future.
Yeah.
This is a future.
That's a far off future thing.
Yeah, because we have more pressing matters to do.
Very pressing matters.
Yes. But aside from that, chat, that's our entire Pokemon list. Thank you for all coming. Thank you all for the raids, the raiders.
Yes. 100 years from now, people will be making 10,000 Pokemon tier lists.
No, my goodness.
I almost hope Pokemon does not exist in 100 years from now.
Oh.
This was very fun.
This is fun. We should do it again.
Yes.
I think, well, we will be doing it again.
We'll be doing this again with a different franchise.
It's just a matter of when. I kind of want to wait on this one just so you can get more like games in. But if you're raring to go like now, then by all means. I think
probably after I finish my current playthrough, I'll be more ready.
Okay. Okay. Honestly, I think you'll be fine with your current game. If it were up to me, I'd like play more, but that might take a while.
Yeah, and I mean, like I know, I'm familiar with a lot of the lore, even outside of like not playing most of the games. But yeah. Hot takes about CL. Oh god.
Are you doing hot takes about CL and Azel now? Oof, that's rough. We can't do that because we're perfect. Like, come on.
We are perfect beings. We are the ultimate life forms.
Yeah, like, come on.
My hot take about Azel is we're all waiting to see angry Azel.
Yeah, there's been ruminations within my Oomphy group about wanting to see me angry. I don't think I should let anyone see me like that.
We gotta find just the thing that makes you tick.
It's not hard, but I ain't falling for it. Hopefully.
Hopefully. My hot take about Azel is this is the first time I've seen him. He should become a streamer or something. Funny guy. I
know, right? It's not like I have a YouTube channel. It's not like a Twitch channel or a Discord. Hi, for those who want to come into my Discord, it's here. Oh, it's just oopsies. I slipped on my fingers on my keyboard.
Yeah, this guy is pretty funny. He should be a streamer or something. I don't know.
Oopsies, another slip of my fingers on the keyboard. I should really fix that.
And if you enjoy this random dragon girl over on Azel's side,
yeah.
Oopsies, I slipped on the keyboard. Oopsies.
Oops, my bad. I'll be better next time, I promise.
I was just a little clumsy. Also, I can do this thing with my voice where I make it really high-pitched and annoying.
Yes, the seal voice. Only, unfortunately.
Seal Empire today!
Unfortunately, this voice, I believe, only comes out once a year, unless you've made it a donation. In which case, please.
British? British?
Yes.
On my
yes.
stream?
Yes.
stream?
You have a problem with it?
Seal does not talk to British people!
Well, that's unfortunate, and that means we must end the stream here.
British people are not allowed in the Seal Empire!
But I like seals.
I don't like British people. Or boxes! I hate boxes, actually! They're banned!
I see.
But CL
Well-
likes boxes. Let it be known.
It's okay. Of course. Alright. Let's do our closings then.
Alright.
Alright, you go first, because
Okay.
I'm probably gonna find someone else first, right? Unless you got someone in mind immediately.
I do not have anyone in mind, so I'll just follow your lead.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, thank you for stopping by. We had a great time. Hope you enjoyed the hot takes because we are always correct about everything ever.
And you were always wrong.
And you were always wrong. Even if your takes were here and we agreed with them, you're still wrong. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever, wherever you are. And if you're on my side or you wanna tune into my streams, I am streaming again on Friday. I usually stream much earlier in the day than this. I stream at 3 p.m. MST, which is 2 p.m. PST, 5 p.m. EST.
Yes, 5 p.m. EST.
So if you have the time and you want to watch me, go check me out.
Go check me out then!
I'm playing Sonic Adventure 2 right now on Mondays and Fridays, so that's what I'm gonna be doing on Friday.
And for those on my end, I hope you have a good time of day, be that morning, night, evening, afternoon, or some other time of day that I did not mention. For those coming in from the multiple raids, for those in the chat right now, for those watching the VODs and or lurking, thank you so much for giving us your time and attention.
Yes.
For those keeping track of my schedule, I will be live on Friday, 6:30 p.m. at PST, 7:30 MST, or 9:30 EST, with another collab with two very good oomfies of mine. We will be playing, let me get this right, Secret Agent Wizard Boy and the International Crime Syndicate.
Sounds interesting.
It's basically PS2 Harry Potter in modern
Ah.
times. Yes,
Interesting.
with funny physics. So if you want to see some questionable wizards explode an entire school with magic spells and other stuff, I should have phrased that properly better.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yeah, but if you want some magical shenanigans, please come then, drop by then. Aside from that, I believe one of our oomfies is up right now. I think they're
Ooh.
still going. It's Dill.
Of course, it's always Dill. He's always
It's
streaming
always-
this time of night.
Always.
And
And
he
you're fine
deserves the
with-
love.
Yes. So you know the drill, chat. Go raid
Yes.
Dill. Tell them Box sent you. Tell them Seal sent you. You know the
Yes.
drill.
Yes. And be good. He's gonna take a good care of you, because he is one of our oomfies, and we love him.
Yes.
Mm.
All right, chat. We'll see you all next time. We'll see you on our respective streams, and I'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye!
Take care, and bye-bye. Go get him, chat. Go.